Chapter 540. Putting down the silver-lined heavy shield, Tang Tian's face appeared in Su Yi's vision. He could not help but be startled. That pair of eyes. Bang! Su Yi's face changed. Without thinking, he raised his energy barrier. There must be a demon in this abnormal situation, but it actually appeared on the same person. A fist wrapped in flames smashed onto his energy barrier. Have you forgotten? Are you retreating? Are you afraid? Are you depressed? Are you going to surrender? Both sides of the intense battle stopped at the same time. Everyone's faces were filled with bewilderment. It was too quiet. This kind of unusual silence appeared in the midst of the intense battlefield. It was indescribably strange. The battlefield should be filled with chaotic energy flows, the airflow wreaking havoc. But suddenly it was so quiet, so peaceful, it caused one's hair to stand. SSSSSSSSS. The surging blade aura was like a raging wave crashing into a reef, exploding into pieces, the broken aura splattering everywhere. These three words struck into Tang Tian's mind like lightning, as though he was born with these three words. Tang Tian's vision was filled with white, as though he was in the eye of the storm. His ears were filled with roars and howls. Suddenly, Tang Tian noticed the devil flame was actually sucked into the blood furnace. The bloodlight aura of the blood furnace became even more intense and dense. He suddenly realized, unknowingly, Little Fool was curled up inside the crystal clear blue energy furnace. He was in deep sleep. Little Fool's pale face caused Tang Tian to immediately wake up from his daze. The battle just now surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, Su Yi thought about the information regarding Tang Tian. Until now, Tang Tian's background was still a mystery. Tang Tian's background could only be traced back to Star Wind City. Tang Tian's mother had already passed away, his background was unknown, and no one knew who his father was. And the talent that Tang Tian displayed in Andrew Academy was not anything special. Compared to that, Amari and the rest who were left far behind by Tang Tian, their talent far surpassed his. Gemini Furnace. Su Yi's pupils constricted, his heart trembled. His eyes were actually gold. Suddenly his vision darkened. A silver shield occupied his entire field of vision. The intricate patterns on the surface of the shield were extremely clear to him. Again and again, Su Yi's pupils dilated. He could not believe his own eyes. Impossible. I want to fight. I want to win. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in his heart. As if sensing this flame, the blood light from the blood cauldron became even more intense. The fresh blood that flowed out from the blood furnace was like boiling lava, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Su Yi felt that the qi in the center of the storm was becoming more and more terrifying. As though a monster was being born, he felt an intense sense of danger, and knew that he could not delay any longer. The shield fiercely slammed into his face. The huge force caused his vision to go black, and he lost consciousness on the spot. His body, which had lost control of itself, smashed heavily into the ground like a meteorite. It was as if a terrifying monster had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, causing all the beasts to fall silent in fear of its might. Tang Tian had no time to check. His mind was filled with the battle. Bang! A cloud of dust rose up from the ground. Su Yi's surroundings were filled with spiderweb cracks. So that asshole is from Gemini constellation. Little Fool. William. This is Red Devil Williams, Devil Fire. They seeped out from every muscle in his body, every drop of blood, every piece of bone, following his limbs, converging towards his heart. Su Yi's movement was extremely sudden, and the saints around him were completely unable to react. Not good. Bang! Su Yi had seen many enemies of the temple, but none of them caused him to feel such deep fear like Tang Tian. This fellow will definitely become the honorable martial alliance and the temple's mortal enemy. This thought that came out of nowhere lit up his mind like a lightning bolt. Bang! A muffled sound came out. Su Yi's body trembled. The The shattered auras fell like rain, as though they were blown by the wind, like a dream, reflecting the shock on his face. Everyone, the energy drifting in the air, suddenly calmed down. The turbulent energy flow from the battle had disappeared without a trace. An entire place became quiet. Tang Tian's heart was half corroded by the azure energy, while the other half was corroded by the scarlet-red energy. Gradually, Tang Tian's heart became half blue and half red. The blue half became even more sparkling and translucent, while the red half became even more red like blood. This fellow, what exactly is his background? My lover, my companion, my world, such an ordinary young man, was currently a tyrant in charge of Ursa Major constellation. Even the Honorable Martial Alliance feared him. Such an astonishing speed of growth. Even Su Yi, who had been viewed as a genius since young, had to admit that he was inferior. Su Yi felt that he was going crazy. The spirit-devouring blood groups, spirit-devouring flame, William's devil fire. Every single power that Tang Tian was using caused him to be filled with fear. Any name was a taboo in the temple. This fellow. Su Yi could not see the opponent's figure clearly, but he could sense an extremely dangerous aura forming in the center of the storm. The golden eyes had become scarlet red like fire. Victory! I want victory! This judgment caused his heart to immediately become blazing hot. The originally quiet energy suddenly became extremely lively. So fast! Countless azure threads and countless scarlet threads quickly converged towards Tang Tian's heart. The blood meridian's seal lock has been opened. Yaya! Amidst the exclamations, the light blade easily broke through the storm and fiercely slashed towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian looked at Su Yi. He saw the bewilderment in Su Yi's eyes and smiled at Su Yi. Su Yi's heart palpitated. He suddenly realized it was an extremely good opportunity. Previously, he had always treated the mission as an ordinary mission. But at that moment, he suddenly realized maybe he could reap some rewards from the mission. No, he was still in the middle of a battle. Gemini constellation was not a problem to think about now. His body was undergoing an astonishing change. The blood-red color in Tang Tian's eyes became denser. It was a patch of scarlet red. He held onto the silver-lined heavy shield. His body slightly lowered, like a bloodthirsty, wild beast. How is that possible? That flame is the devil flame. His power was continuously increasing. The devil flame actually permeated into every strand of blood and flesh in his body. My willpower, my ambition, my oath. Su Yi became even more hesitant to be able to stir up such a large area of energy. No matter how he looked at it, it was not normal. But for the free energy in the air to be used by a Sane in battle, it was not a simple matter. It was definitely not something a bronze saint could achieve. Su Yi felt that his own thoughts were a joke. Energy was not a wild beast, it did not have life. How is that possible? The attentive Su Yi quickly noticed a detail. Tang Tian's golden pupils did not seem to have any focus. All of them are reasons for me to fight. All of them are reasons for me not to give up. I am that greedy. I am that hopeless. Wait a minute. Gemini furnace. Gemini constellation. Tang Tian subconsciously clenched his fists. The Gemini furnace that was forming in his body, the azure blue energy furnace, was extremely quiet, while the red half, that was the blood furnace, was extremely active. All the blood in his body was pouring into the blood furnace and was continuously being strengthened inside the blood furnace and then dispersed into his body. This fellow's body definitely has a secret. His eyes stared intently at Tang Tian. He had seen Tang Tian's strange actions and the form spirit's movements, although he did not believe that Tang Tian could play any tricks. But the sudden change made him even more cautious. Tang Tian could differentiate the difference. The energy that was gushing into his body was a thin azure blue flow, but the energy that was gushing out from his flesh and blood was scarlet red like blood. The entire sky had darkened, and unknowingly, dark clouds covered the sky. The endless dark clouds were as black as ink and hung low like lead. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Tang Tian, who was in the storm, had a calm expression. His zero-energy body was unable to block the energy that was gushing in. The energy that was gushing in frantically followed his body and converged towards his heart. Unless Tang Tian's body was still hiding something? Su Yi immediately became alert. But suddenly, in his vision, he lost sight of Tang Tian. Tang Tian was startled. He had all sorts of guesses about the blood meridians in his body, but he had never linked his blood meridians with Gemini constellation. To him, it was an extremely foreign constellation. Tang Tian had already completely thrown all the questions to the back of his mind. His eyes were red, like an enraged bull. He frantically pounced on every enemy he could see. The energy that filled the sky transformed into thin streams and pounced towards Tang Tian. The air was filled with thin streams of energy, like the ripples created by the tip of a sword cutting across the water surface. Tang Tian could clearly feel that the power of his body was increasing bit by bit, and he could feel the extent of the increase. The position where Tang Tian stood was like the center of the storm. The energy that filled the sky frantically surged into his body. At the same time he appeared at the edge of the storm, the light aura around his body was as dazzling as the sun. He raised his left palm and fiercely chopped down. Although Little Fool was already asleep in the energy furnace and could not use Blink, but Tang Tian's current speed was actually not much slower than Blink. The whistling stopped, the roar subsided, the white field of vision slowly returned to normal. He saw Su Yi, who was not far away with a broken arm. The blood meridians that had been unlocked in his body were like the deep sea or like the endless void. The power was flowing silently. Every ripple caused his heart to palpitate. Tang Tian softly said to himself. His mind was moved. Could it be? The Overlord execution previously, Tang Tian had to use all of his strength to barely block it. But Tang Tian was actually holding onto the shield with one hand. His body only swayed slightly and did not retreat a single step. The silver-lined heavy shield did not move an inch. Tang Tian's background was truly not simple. Tang Tian did not sense anything, seeing the surging blade aura, as though it was about to touch Tang Tian's forehead. Suddenly, a silver shield appeared in front of the blade aura. Su Yi tried his best to recall the description of the golden eyes. He had a vague impression of it, as though he had seen it somewhere before, but he could not recall it. Although he could not recall the origin of the golden eyes, but he could still make a rough judgment. Everyone present were saints, and they were extremely sensitive to the changes in energy, to the changes in qi dynamics. The sudden silence of the world caused the experienced saints to be bewildered. Chapter 541. Thinking of Zhengyu and the others who were injured, he quickly said, "Let's go down and take a look." Temple's 15 saints were completely wiped out, the 4 gold rank armies of the Honorable Martial Alliance. 2 were wiped out, 1 was defeated, and 1 was heavily injured. But now that the Ursa Major constellation had opened up the treasure city, they had already officially stepped into the ranks of the top aristocratic families. Exclamations of shock could be heard. One after another, Meng Ta and the rest were saints after all, and were more knowledgeable than ordinary martial artists. Among them, there were many who had been to the 12 ecliptic palaces and seen those treasure cities. That also meant the amount of energy a saint possessed was limited, and when the spirit domain continued to grow stronger, it would become the saint's shackles. They realized their true power was not enough to support the squandering of spirit techniques. Tang Tian's body went limp. His feet were in the air, and his body fell down. No one doubted Ursa Major Constellation's position as the new powerhouse, and there were already people calling Ursa Major Constellation the 13th Ecliptic Palace. Previously, although the Ursa Major Constellation was hailed as a tyrant by everyone, but compared to a true tyrant of the Ecliptic Palaces, there was still a huge gap. The entire Heavens Road was shocked by the might of Ursa Major Constellation. Everyone was dumbfounded. They dared to guarantee that in their entire lives, there had never been a battle that was as deeply imprinted in their minds as the one just now. And the effect of glimmer was similar to that of a soul furnace. This was the true reason why it could become the #1 bronze spirit technique of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Just that it was unable to completely convert the true power into new energy, like the spirit furnace, but to burn the true power in a special way, thus increasing the power of the true power. Meng Ta and the rest were shocked, thinking that it was the enemy's last attack. The blue light that was as fast as lightning drew a beautiful arc in the air and once again brought Tang Tian back to them. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look over there!" Suddenly, Tang Tian sensed an unusual fluctuation of astral power. He looked up abruptly. Such a powerful combat power had already exceeded the limits of their imagination. In their eyes, Tang Tian was already in existence akin to a god of war. Everyone descended to the ground. At this moment, the sky rumbled and countless streams of light flashed across the sky like lightning. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one had ever seen such a phenomenon before. For glimmer to be able to become the Honorable Martial Alliance's strongest bronze spirit technique, it naturally had its own unique points. Any saint, the true power contained in his body, was limited. The growth of the spirit domain was just to accommodate laws, and regardless of what laws it was, they all used true power, which was also energy. The silver-lined heavy shield, with its astonishing defensive power, was the best weapon in Tang Tian's hands. It was powerful and heavy, like a large fly swatter. After subduing Big Dipper, swallowing Sexton's constellation, or some major constellation, opened the treasure city. Thousand Hands, Devil Monarchs, Last Wish. The stone penetrated Yaya's body like jelly. Zhang Yu and the rest had long been caught by the Light Blade army below, although they were injured and unconscious, but their lives were not in danger. This made Tang Tian heave a sigh of relief. After returning with Ding Man around, there would definitely be no problems. This is my battle. The fist-sized straight pipe led deep into the ground. Tang Tian, whose bloodline had been completely awakened, had become extremely terrifying. The blood in his body continued to flow into the blood furnace, evolving inside the blood furnace, and then flowed into every other part of his body. The zero-energy body that was initially thought to be unable to improve continued to evolve. Just that on Yaya's back there was an additional pair of blue light wings, and on its forehead a pile of blue stones was revealed. The stones that entered Yaya's body suddenly produced a powerful suction force, causing the glimmer that was wreaking havoc in Yaya's body to be continuously absorbed by the stones. Gradually, the blue light aura from the stones became brighter, and the blue light aura started to permeate into Yaya's body. Holding onto the silver-lined heavy shield, he appeared like a ghost behind the temple saints who were escaping in panic. The silver-lined heavy shield carried a terrifying power, causing the energy barriers to shatter like fragile glass. Tang Tian's eyes were red. He gasped for breath with all his might. The veins on his neck were popping out as far as his eyes could see. All the high and mighty enemies had all fallen to his feet. The flames in his chest became even more intense, causing his entire body to be boiling hot. Countless light auras surged out, forming an extremely congealed, gigantic light barrier, protecting the entire ancient cold city. Tang Tian knew that meant that Big Dipper's battle had ended. The figures in the sky continued to fall, smashing into the ground like cannonballs. Oh my God! Ancient Cold City has become a treasure city. Iya! And the impressive battle results against the Honorable Martial Alliance had caused the entire Heavens Road to be speechless. Even in the 12 ecliptic palaces, other than Leo constellation, no other constellation dared to say that they would have such a glorious battle result against the Honorable Martial Alliance. Glimmer could be used on any type of martial technique or spirit technique, and that was one of its strong points. Regardless of whether it was Yi Zhao Ji's sword technique or Su Yi's blade technique, Every move they made was extremely powerful. The true power that was combusted would form a light needle effect, and its destructive power towards the spirit and body was even more astonishing. Everyone immediately looked over. In the distant ancient cold city, a dazzling light aura shone down and entered ancient cold city. In the blink of an eye, there were no more saints from the temple floating in the sky. Only Tang Tian holding on to the silver-lined heavy shield, gasping for breath. His eyes were red, his neck straightened, and he looked around fiercely. Tang Tian, who was unable to control himself, raised his sinister face. Facing the sky, he roared out in anger. The glimmer in Yaya's body surged endlessly. Suddenly, the stone embedded in Yaya's but lit up with a faint blue light aura. The light aura that lit up was like a needle. It was glimmer, and it was destroying Yaya's body. Yaya had not understood the situation, but with the addition of the flashy blue light wings, Yaya was extremely happy. It proudly flew back in front of everyone, its little head looking around, trying to find Little Fool's figure. Such a flashy thing. Of course, he had to let Little Fool admire it. Under the silver-lined heavy shield, the shattered auras rained down. Just at that moment, Bell brought him the latest battle report. Bing led the mechanical army across half of Ursa Major constellation, suddenly appearing behind the Raging Inferno army. The Raging Inferno army had launched a surprise attack and heavily injured the Raging Inferno army. Ursa Major constellation, who had opened the treasure city, had become even harder to attack, unless they invested more saints. And that meant that the Honorable Martial Alliance needed to fight against 2 ecliptic palaces, grade constellations, and Temple would definitely not agree to it. Bang, bang, bang. Although they had already relied on Ursa Major constellation, but they did not expect that Ursa Major constellation strength was actually so strong. Following the saints' deeper understanding of energy, they realized that under a few specific laws, through collisions and annihilation, energy would produce a new type of energy, and the strength of this new type of energy would increase exponentially. That was the fundamental difference between Silver Saints and Bronze Saints, and that was the spirit furnace that only Silver Saints had. The true power in a Silver Saint's body would surge into the spirit furnace, transforming into new energy inside the spirit furnace, and would be able to erupt with power that was multiplied exponentially. Yi Shou Xian Mo Lei and the rest of the Lightblade army were completely stunned by the battle in the sky, and looked at Tang Tian with eyes filled with deep reverence. Other than the few who died under the spirit-devouring flame, the rest had all died under the hands of Tang Tian's people, including the famous Su Yi. The battle on the ground had already become one-sided. The huge battlefield was dead silent, and only Tang Tian's panting could be heard. Even the Honorable Martial Alliance had stopped all operations against Ursa Major constellation. There were still a few days left until the agreed time with Chie, and Tang Tian was prepared to settle another matter. The other benefit of opening the treasure city was that it would be more convenient to travel between cities. Tang Tian could open star doors between cities, but it would consume star power. Compared to the convenience of the star doors, the consumption of star power was something that Tang Tian did not care about. The star doors between the various treasure cities caused the market of Ursa Major constellation to become extremely prosperous. Everyone's face was filled with joy. Only the 12 ecliptic palaces had the qualifications to form treasure cities, and that required the concentration of star power to exceed a certain threshold. Treasure cities were viewed as the foundation of top-notch tyrants, because treasure cities had outstanding defensive capabilities, and every treasure city was like a node, where they used the star power of the entire constellation. For example, some of the star power in uninhabited regions could be extracted and concentrated in the various treasure cities, thus allowing the star power of the treasure cities to become even denser and more beneficial to the training of martial artists. Temple saints were not blood meridian saints, although their bodies were much stronger than ordinary martial artists. But in the face of such astonishing power, they were unable to resist at all. It was actually Yaya. Yaya, who was in dreamland, was smacking his lips, as though he was eating something delicious. his chubby face revealing a look of satisfaction. The quietly sleeping Yaya suddenly released two thin blue auras on his back. Following that, the two blue auras revealed two small meat sprouts, and the small meat sprouts grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The underground world was quiet and peaceful. Chi! Just at that moment, an extremely fast blue light suddenly shot out from the ground like lightning, bringing along Tang Tian and flying high into the sky. It was as though something inside the ancient cold city was responding, rumbling and trembling. The tall ice walls were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a dazzling halo enveloped the entire ancient cold city. This is my victory! The blood in Tang Tian's eyes gradually receded. Returning back to normal, he also retreated from the battle. Thinking about how dangerous it was, he almost lost face. With his current body, he would definitely not die if he fell from the sky, and could even smash a large hole in the ground. But that would be a huge embarrassment. Tang Tian's speed became faster and faster, and his power became even more terrifying. The young man's blazing fighting intent and lofty sentiments, the young man's steel-like willpower and determination, all followed the angry roar and surged endlessly in the clouds. A small body curled up into a ball. Yaya's body flickered as though it was breathing. Yaya's small body was like a glowing meatball. The small flag on its back was broken. Little Fool, who was sleeping inside the energy furnace, suddenly revealed an undetectable smile. New aristocratic family. The Treasure City's energy barrier could mobilize a corresponding amount of star power, and its defense was much stronger than the energy barrier constructed by ordinary cities. Treasure City. Chapter 542. Sword Domain. See, Jelly's face changed. Why are they involved as well? Ming Yu looked at the Treasure City in front of her, and was in a daze. Although she knew that Ursa Major Constellation had opened the Treasure City, but when she truly entered Ursa Major Constellation and saw the city protected by the star power barrier, she was still in a daze. Regardless of where she went, she was the focus of attention, and countless people were infatuated with her. After solving this doubt, there were even more doubts. Ever since he was young, his mother had never divulged such information. But Tang Tian immediately laughed bitterly. Maybe there was, but he did not care about it. On the contrary, the Southern Cross bronze plate was definitely not a coincidence. That asshole had entrusted Screw to Tsang Yangyu, and the bronze plate had been hanging on his neck since young. That meant that the asshole had a deep relationship with the Southern Cross Army. Si Jilly did not object. She was extremely beautiful and alluring, and was doted on by thousands of people. She was also intelligent, and naturally had high standards. So how could ordinary men enter her eyes? Gemini constellation. Ling Su's face revealed a tinge of red, but very quickly he became angry. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight? Victory was not easy to come by. Everyone fought with all their might, and only then did they have the current Ursa Major Constellation. Tell me about it. The lady revealed an interested expression. Crane and Ling Su had returned long ago, just that. Tang Tian's gaze swept across the young lady beside Ling Su, and his gaze kept on sweeping across Ling Su's face. Are you talking about Chie Shangguan? Si Jelly smiled, brimming with confidence. Didn't she disappear long ago? I can't even fight against a woman who has already disappeared. You are underestimating me too much. Ursa Major Constellation will only become stronger. Seeing the flow of people, Andre could not help but sigh. I came to Ursa Major Constellation in the past. I guess Yin Yonglai never thought that Ursa Major Constellation would one day become so prosperous. All the men in the carriage were attracted to the two of them. Ming Yu sighed in her heart. She had seen Tang Tian before in Andromeda Constellation, and in truth she did not think highly of Tang Tian, but the cold martial artist who carried Angelina and escaped from the water had left a deeper impression on her. Ursa Major Constellation. Tang Tian remained silent. Bing saw that Tang Tian's expression was not good and immediately changed the topic. How's Little Fool? Where's your Gemini furnace? Bing looked at Tang Tian. What if he dies? Who else? See, Jelly's expression returned to normal as she raised her eyebrows. Tell us all at once. They attracted a lot of attention in the carriage. Both of them were extremely beautiful. Mingyu was like an iceberg beauty, while Yuji was a natural, seductive beauty. Her every frown and smile were soft and charming. Her appearance was pure and sweet, making it hard for people to take their eyes off her. Uncle Bing put down the report in his hands and shook his head. It only says that Gemini constellation suddenly closed 20 years ago, but did not say the reason. At that time, Heaven's Road was shocked. It was very rare for an ecliptic palace constellation to close. The reason for closing Gemini constellation was not known at the moment, but from the sexton's eye and the Southern Cross bronze plate, it was his arrangements. This meant that this matter must be very dangerous. So dangerous that he didn't know if he could survive. And Sangyan Yu said that he was injured at that time, and even though he was injured, he still insisted on doing it. That means he had no choice but to do it. Yuji nodded and said gently, "All right." She did not expect that Tang Tian, whom she did not look favorably upon, would become a hegemon, and the cold and ruthless man with superb sword techniques would disappear without a trace. Since young, she had believed that she could conquer any man. After accomplishing this wish, Tang Tian returned to Bearhead City. We are not the only ones who can see Tang Tian's potential. Andre waved his hand helplessly. Wrong, it's his ability. Ursa Major constellation already has the qualifications to become the 13th ecliptic palace constellation. This new powerhouse has always been the favorite of Sword Domain. And your competition is not only limited to Sword Domain. Tang Tian could not help but reveal a bright smile. To be able to fight with everyone, he was truly happy. Wei Wei and spoke out from the side. Wei Wei Hui is my brother, and also the new patriarch of Ursa Major constellation. See, Jelly raised her eyebrows. Her face brimming with confidence, she said proudly, "In the end, he will only belong to me." I never thought that little brother would have such a high evaluation of him. The lady smiled sweetly. Ursa Major constellation had entered a period of stability. After the opening of the Treasure City, every day there would be many martial artists coming to seek refuge, even saints. Every city required a city lord to oversee it. The city lord could mobilize star power to a certain extent. Thus the position became extremely popular, and to all the powerful martial artists, it was extremely attractive. How can he be compared to father? The lady flattened her mouth, disapproving. Two martial artists intentionally talked loudly in front of Mingyu and Yuji, hoping to attract their attention. Big sister Mingyu, have you been to Ursa Major constellation before? A gentle voice called her back to reality. Tang Tian coughed lightly. Good. Everyone will be a family from now on. The flow of people flowed in and out. The market was flourishing. A large number of powerful martial artists surged towards Ursa Major constellation like a tide. And it was after his death. A beautiful lady beside him giggled, and in the hands of his enemies. She had traveled to Ursa Major constellation before, and the scene in front of her was much more prosperous. Andre said solemnly, "See, Jelly, don't look down on him. The current Ursa Major constellation has already surpassed any period in Ursa Major constellation's history, regardless of whether you look up to it or not. You have to admit, the current Ursa Major constellation is already one of the top-grade unorthodox sects in Heaven's Road." Mingyu sighed in her heart. Ursa Major constellation's opening of the Treasure City. All the powerful martial artists would be attracted like a tide. Every city lord of a treasure city was able to mobilize a certain range of star power. To martial artists, it was an irresistible temptation. Even many saints were unable to resist it. That was also why the 12 ecliptic palaces were able to last for so long. As long as the Treasure City existed, there would be no lack of experts. She truly had the qualifications to be proud. Her long golden hair was like golden waves. She had milky white and exquisite skin. her blue eyes that were as deep and enchanting as the sea. Her figure was much taller than most women, her ample breasts, her waist and abdomen without any excess flesh, her long and slender legs, outlining her perfect figure. Andre could not help but smile. Tang Tian, this person is truly extraordinary. Scarlet still wanted to say something, but Andre looked at her deeply. If Ursa Major Constellation did not have such strength, why would we have this trip? But I have to remind you, Andre looked at Scarlet and said, you have to be careful of your competitors. Brother Yang, no matter what, you have to obtain a city, lord position. At that time, don't forget to take care of this little brother. Lion King Leong hoped to ally with Ursa Major Constellation. Both parties were enemies with the Honorable Martial Alliance and could be said to be natural allies. But Leong hoped for both parties to be even stronger, and the ancient method of alliance through marriage was undoubtedly the most effective method. And for Tang Tian to be able to establish such an astonishing foundation at such a young age and change the structure of Heaven's Road, to be able to marry such a powerful martial artist was a rather good thing. With the help of the Songyang fighting grounds, Tang Tian quickly found the Feng family that Senior Thousand Hands Devil Lord had mentioned. Feng Yen had passed away for many years, and Tang Tian followed Senior Thousand Hands Devil Lord's instructions and imparted the 1,000-cleaved demonic hand to this family. Brotherly, you are too modest. Ursa Major Constellation itself does not have any strong martial artists. With our standards, the city lord position is a sure thing. That asshole was actually from Gemini constellation. These matters were not what Tang Tian was good at, so Tang Tian naturally threw it to Han Towel and Pai Pa while he was waiting for Chia to digest his gains. There is a high possibility that he is already dead. Bing said calmly, he made so many arrangements. That is enough to show that he knows that his chances of winning are very small. After so many years, the possibility of him being alive is already very small. Tang Tian waved his hands and laughed. Ling Su is very capable. Andre was very familiar with the situation. This time, Ursa Major Constellation's mechanical army consecutively defeated 2 gold rank armies. Libra Constellation is not blind, they have also sent people out. Because of Psi Lei, Taurus Constellation, and Pisces Constellation, their relationship is bad, and they are here to repair it. Other than that, Aquarius Constellation, Pisces Constellation, and Cancer Constellation have also sent people. I reckon that the other constellations will not sit idly by. In truth, it has been a long time since there was such a popular man. The competition is very intense. The 12 ecliptic palaces were already filled, and the newly emerged Ursa Major Constellation had an unparalleled attraction. I will clarify everything. Tang Tian's face turned black as he interrupted Bing's words. See, Jelly was silent. Before she left, she already knew of her mission. Ming Yu looked at Yu Ji's gentle face and nodded. I have traveled before. Ursa Major Constellation's sudden rise had caught everyone unprepared, including Sword Domain. Andre laughed bitterly. Of course, Tang Tian's achievements are much higher than mine. History is always written by the victors. If he was empty-handed, godlike young lad would just be a joke. But with such a glorious battle record, godlike young lad is a shining gold medal. His achievements are truly extraordinary and is only slightly inferior to Royal Father. Not only did she not feel dejected, she was instead filled with fighting spirit. It was a battle, and to win such a battle, she was truly the #1 goddess of Heaven's Road. He thinks that I will forgive him just like that? Tang Tian's face turned black. I am not talking about Chie Shangguan. Andre shook his head. I am talking about Sword Domain. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, Tang Tian completely relaxed, and everyone revealed smiles on their faces. The period of bitter battles was probably Ursa Major Constellation's most difficult time. Every battle line was extremely tense, and everyone had to put in a lot of effort. After returning, he instructed Bell to gather information on Gemini constellation. He actually had the blood meridians of Gemini constellation, which made him extremely surprised. Mingyu said indifferently, "The wind outside is too strong, let's go in." Andre muttered, "The first time I met him was at Andromeda constellation. Tang Tian was not strong at that time, but he was able to turn danger into safety time and time again. He is a decisive and ruthless person and has an unusual obsession towards victory. He looks innocent, but is actually very scheming, and do not be deceived by his appearance. Angelina was originally his ally, but now she has become his subordinate, and even Hunter Adrian has pledged his allegiance to him. At that time, I felt that this person's luck was really good, but now that I think about it, I feel that this person is not ordinary." Wei Wei and looked embarrassed. The young man beside her bowed. "Ursa Major, family Wei Wei, Hui greets Bear King." Sexton's constellation, Merlin Pagoda City. "Maybe Chia will help me solve the mystery," Tang Tian thought. He raised his head to look at Uncle Bing. The words family, he emphasized it, causing everyone to chuckle. Chapter 543. The energy inside the energy furnace was continuously being purified and continuously accumulating. It was back to the starting point of life. Blood meridians evolving inside the blood furnace, and then guiding them to places with dense energy, stimulating their growth. Just like how he was beaten up by Little Fool, letting his blood meridians be continuously beaten up by the energy should allow his zero-energy body to evolve more easily. Tang Tian did not know. In the history of Gemini constellation, the Gemini furnace had never been opened before. To be able to train in two different types of power was always the strongest point of Gemini constellation. But no one had ever thought of opening the energy furnace and blood furnace. Thinking of it and doing it, that was Tang Tian's style. Blood meridian saints were also inseparable from energy, because under the stimulation of energy, the blood meridians would change more easily. Producing new changes meant that the competition would be more intense, and it would be easier to evolve into stronger blood meridians. All right, the word crazy was truly too accurate. The young man's actions were always so ecstatic and unpredictable. He did not have any intention to stop him and just left. Tang Tian did not have any feelings towards the blood saint previously, but the more he looked, the more fearful he became. The blood saint was much stronger than he had imagined. If not for Senior Gui Wu's records and insights, Tang Tian felt that he would never understand all of this. Spirit sages had an extremely deep understanding of training the spirit. At the start, people were very confused how spirits were formed, and this question had puzzled humans for many years. And in the end, the answer to this mystery was the inspiration that Star Treasures gave to martial artists. Little Fool thought in his mind, but he still explained to Tang Tian, although this method was beneficial to the blood meridians. But to him, it was rather harmful. Spirit was the most mystical and subtle part of the life laws. Upon reaching the saint level, one would realize that all training was the same and were all explorations of life. This title was obviously even more eye-catching. After watching for half a day, Little Fool did not discover anything. There were no changes in the fool's body. Little Fool looked at the fool as though he was looking at a monster. Was this guy possessed by someone? Natural selection, survival of the fittest, was one of the highest laws of nature. The path of life was always full of changes and richness. That's true. Tang Tian tilted his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly he said, it's very simple. I just need to guide a little less of my blood into it. My bloodline can repel energy. If I control the amount of my bloodline and make it repel energy, but not destroy it, I can squeeze the energy into a ball and increase the concentration of energy." How did he suddenly become so smart? "Hey, waiter, you're done." Tang Tian was pleasantly surprised. The bloodline saints by Tang Tian's side were all very ordinary, and they did not understand these things. Fortunately, Senior Gui Wu had left behind many insights and experiences. Tang Tian braced himself and flipped through those ancient books that made his head hurt and finally had some insights. So, the The dense energy inside the energy furnace was extremely beneficial to the growth of spirit origin, which was also the reason why Little Fool felt comfortable. Tang Tian's body was very special. Zero energy body. Without the stimulation of energy, wouldn't the evolution of his bloodline be lacking in assistance? The blood furnace was the unique spirit domain of the bloodline saints. It could allow the bloodline to continuously evolve. To the bloodline saints, it was the source of their strength. The energy inside the energy furnace was extremely dense, and Little Fool was far from being able to absorb so much, just in time to let the blood meridians extinguish some of the energy, so he did not have to worry about the energy furnace exploding. Regardless of whether it was the blood membrane of the blood furnace or the energy walls of the energy furnace, they were all extremely sturdy and stable. Seems like he had been beaten up a lot recently and became enlightened? Little Fool was startled. This fool actually knows how to use his brain. Little Fool subconsciously retorted. But when the words reached his mouth, he was stunned. And in terms of lifespan, blood saints had a stronger advantage, because their law was life and evolution. Little Fool was actually almost done, but the energy inside the energy furnace was too dense. Soaking inside, he felt so comfortable that he did not want to move. He was originally extremely pure and was extremely compatible with energy. Sleeping inside the energy furnace was a form of enjoyment. Tang Tian woke Little Fool up. So among the saints, many people wanted to differentiate them from the blood saints and called them spirit saints. Little Fool was curious, but in the next second his expression froze on his face. He had to admit that in theory there was no problem with Tang Tian's idea. But if that was the case, the density inside the energy furnace would decrease greatly. To Little Fool, that was definitely a terrible thing. The Gemini furnace's power was not just limited to that. The energy furnace was like a huge whirlpool. Absorbing the energy around it was extremely strong, and it was able to purify the energy, which was of great help to the training of true power. The blood meridians of the blood meridians saints would continuously flow into the blood furnace. After completing the evolution, the blood meridians would continuously feed into every corner of the body, and from there, it would cause the body to become stronger. For the blood meridians to be able to last for so many years and experience the baptism of time, it was enough to prove that it conformed to the laws of heaven and earth. The powerful blood saints, shone with the sun and moon, swallowed the sky and roared at the moon, overturned the rivers and seas, and moved freely in the void. Spirits came from energy. The denser the energy, the easier it was to form spirits. And the saints continued to deduce and research, and discovered that when the density of energy reached a certain level, it would form an extremely minute spiritual body, and that was the spirit origin. Little Fool felt as though he was soaking in an astonishingly dense energy. To Little Fool, it was the best place to recuperate. Why do you guide the blood meridians into the energy furnace? Little Fool asked coldly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But to Tang Tian, the energy that could not be released was a huge hidden danger. Tang Tian, who was trembling in fear, felt as though there was a bomb in his body, and he could be blown to pieces at any time. The Gemini furnace was truly extraordinary, and life itself was one of the most profound laws in the world. All the powerful blood saints, their bodies would undergo huge changes. Some would grow wings, which would allow them to be faster and more agile. Some would grow scales, which would allow them to become sturdier and stronger. Some would have their eyes evolve, and some would have their strength become extremely terrifying. Tang Tian could not wait to try it out. But when it came to Tang Tian, there was an accident because his body was a zero energy body. The energy furnace was of great help to Little Fool, and his spirit value was increasing rapidly. And the blood furnace was equally strong. It could use the evolution of blood to continuously transform the martial artist's body, and from there, allow the martial artist's body to continuously evolve. Oh, that's what I was thinking. Tang Tian blabbered on about his thoughts. The 12 ecliptic palaces, Every constellation had its own unique bloodline, and the Gemini furnace was the strongest talent of the Gemini blood meridians awakening. The Gemini furnace was formed from the energy furnace and the blood furnace, representing two completely different training methods. Martial artists who possessed the blood meridians of Gemini constellation could simultaneously train in the martial techniques of the blood meridians and energy systems. And the blood furnace was also something that Tang Tian wanted to understand. What methods would this fellow use? That was the true power of the blood furnace. Little Fool, who was awakened, flew out and stared at Tang Tian with an unkind expression. Tang Tian was surprised by his own genius thinking. His face was filled with pride. This godlike young lad was truly too powerful. Oh, if Chia knew, she would definitely praise me for being smart. Although the energy furnace and Gemini furnace were right next to each other, but how to break the barrier between the two was a problem that gave Tang Tian a headache. The energy furnace had a layer of energy outer wall, while the blood furnace had a layer of blood membrane, and the two were stuck together. Star treasures that were slightly stronger would have their own martial spirit. The evolution of star treasures would take place over the years. Now Tang Tian had an even better method, and that was the blood furnace. He did not need the blood meridians to produce new components, and only needed the components of the zero energy body that could repel energy. The zero energy body that had a strong repelling ability towards energy caused the energy furnace to be in an intense state of suppression. The energy furnace's ability to absorb energy was also very strong. The energy that was absorbed into the energy furnace was unable to smoothly enter Tang Tian's body, and so it continued to accumulate inside the energy furnace. When the constellation was formed, the star power would gradually stabilize. Some of the treasures inside the constellation were extremely compatible with energy, which was also the star power, and they would continuously absorb the star power, and after thousands of years, the rich energy would accumulate in their bodies, and they would start to nurture martial spirits. But when Tang Tian guided the blood meridians into the energy furnace, Little Fool was awakened and immediately became enraged. Tang Tian's blood meridians possessed an extremely strong annihilation energy effect, and the energy inside the energy furnace's concentration dropped. Tang Tian had unknowingly done something that no one had ever done before. But towards this point, Bing was already used to it. All the powerful martial techniques, when in Crazy Tang's hands, would always change beyond recognition. To be able to produce the zero energy body, such a weird body, Bing would not be surprised at all if Crazy Tang were to produce anything else. Only the completely awakened Gemini blood meridians could produce the Gemini furnace, and its power could be seen at a glance. Tang Tian thought about the training method of the zero energy body that Senior Gui Wu left behind, and continuously stimulated the zero energy body, causing its ability to repel energy to become stronger. He and Little Fool fought for a few days, proving that Senior Gui Wu's guess was correct. As for energy, was there a better place than the energy furnace? And the blood furnace was the most resolute supporter of this law. It was like an arena, and the people participating in the fight were the various similar components in everyone's blood meridians. Any type of blood meridians had extremely complicated components, formed from billions of small components. The similar components would compete with each other, and the strong would win. Let us try. Tang Tian was also extremely excited by his own genius idea. If it could really be realized, in the future, this godlike young lad, would he be hailed as a godlike master of cultivation? Little Fool wanted to advise Tang Tian to cancel the plan. No matter how he looked at it, the plan was not worth it. How could the potential of the zero energy body compare to his? Little Fool was also thinking, how could he guide the blood meridians into the energy furnace? A saint's spirit domain also needed to be trained. In the mainstream understanding, the so-called martial spirit was the spirit that could be transformed into energy. The spirit domain was evolved from the martial spirit, and to make the spirit domain stronger, one needed to train the spirit. But now that he understood it, Tang Tian also had an idea. The fool's idea was feasible. Chapter 544. One moving and one quiet, one hot and one cold. Tang Tian had broken the barrier between them, and allowed them to once again form an ingenious balance. Little Fool quivered. He immediately stopped his dangerous thoughts and became vigilant. He had obviously told all the relevant information about the Gemini furnace to the Fool. In the end, the Fool had completely ignored it. Relying on his own imagination and pestering endlessly, he did whatever he wanted. His other side was actually so muddle-headed. Little Fool was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If the sea of blood in the blood furnace was a sea of lava with raging winds, then the sea of energy in the energy furnace was a calm and windless ice-cold sea. Tang Tian's method was extremely simple and crude. It was the first time Little Fool felt that his brain was not enough. He stared blankly at Tang Tian, as though he did not know the Fool. His heart felt as though it was being trampled by a group of wild beasts. Little Fool stared at Tang Tian in shock. He did not know what to say. Little Fool suddenly noticed that the concentration of energy was continuously increasing, and the repulsive force coming from the sea of blood was also becoming stronger. That bright and blazing scarlet red made Little Fool instinctively dislike it. "You're right." Little Fool, who had calmed down, nodded his head. He sneered in his heart. How could a lunatic's world be the same? So Little Fool is the other side of me. Tang Tian was not angry. He rubbed his chin and was enlightened. No wonder I felt that Little Fool is powerful. The other side of this godlike young lad. How can he not be powerful? In the end, I am powerful. Ayaya, seriously, why am I so powerful? The blue energy became even denser. It was as though it had been compressed by half, and the deep blue color to Little Fool was like a delicacy that he could not resist. That's right, it must be like that. Shouldn't those fellows who knew that they had a second personality be nervous and vigilant? To have such a proud expression, as though all the credit belongs to me. What kind of nerves do they have? Tang Tian was quite satisfied with his own genius, but he reminded the waiter in all seriousness, "Hey, waiter, as the other side of the godlike young man, don't let my illustrious name down." The waiter had calmed down a little, but now he was enraged by Erwo's nonchalant attitude. He screamed, "If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag me into this. I'm so unlucky to actually share the same body with a bastard like you." His heart turned cold. The Gemini furnace was the final product of the Gemini blood meridian's awakening. He decided to spend some time to sort out the things left behind by Senior Gui Wu in the forceful, subjugating bead. Moreover, he also wanted to find out what the stone in Yaya's body was. Tang Tian grabbed Yaya and lifted her in front of him. He pinched Yaya's meaty and round buttocks and clicked his tongue in wonder. "You didn't even leave a mark. This meat is so bouncy, it must be very chewy." Could it be that the world of lunatics was really that magical? "Are you crazy? Are you trying to get us all killed? You lunatic. Gemini furnace. Do you know what a Gemini furnace is? You don't even know shit, and you're so reckless. I'm so stupid to actually believe you. A brainless idiot, a lunatic. You idiot, you've messed everything up. Messed up. Do you know? You're trying to get us all killed." Yaya's body froze, her face turning green. When the waiter reacted, Tang Tian was already showing off and playing with the Gemini furnace. He was talking to himself. Relax, relax, such a genius idea. Even the godlike young lad can think of it. What else can't the godlike young lad do? But, Little Fool, it's not that I want to scold you, but you are the other side of the godlike young lad. Can you show a bit of grandeur? Don't throw my face. It's just a small matter, and you're making such a big fuss. The godlike young lad is smart and far-sighted, steady and magnanimous. Why didn't you learn from him? The other side of me isn't so weak, right? The waiter immediately realized the benefits of it. He hugged his head and looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. In truth, Tang Tian being able to complete the ultimate awakening was inconceivable to the waiter. Even if it was Little Fool himself, He was not sure if he could awaken so early, and it was constructed so crudely. He could not control the energy furnace, but he could control the blood furnace to a certain extent. Tang Tian controlled the blood furnace and fiercely smashed into the energy furnace. Bang! The energy wall broke. The blood membrane and blood splattered. The originally distinct Gemini furnace had merged into one. Is that so? Is that so? Tang Tian's face was originally pale, but hearing Little Fool's words, he immediately became spirited and proud. Haha, don't worship me too much. Actually, it's not a big deal. To the godlike young lad, this kind of innovation is a piece of cake. Thinking about that, the waiter's heart twitched. He had finally awakened with great difficulty and was able to have a big, killing technique, but now it was ruined by the fool. The waiter's heart was bleeding. The red sea of blood and the blue energy were still clearly separated, but between the sea of blood and the energy, there was a large, empty space. The scene in front of him was extremely strange. The blue energy was squeezed to a corner of the energy furnace, and the bright red sea of blood was also squeezed to a corner of the blood furnace. Without hesitation, he rushed into the sea of energy. All right. Tang Tian clapped his hands, his face full of pride, and said, as expected to the godlike young lad, it is not difficult at all. Hey, little fool, you have to learn from me. When you are able to learn half of my power, oh no, 30% of my power, you will realize the world in your eyes will be completely different. The 12 ecliptic palaces, every palace's blood meridian would have completely different and unique abilities during the ultimate awakening. But for the ecliptic palace constellation's blood meridian, to complete the ultimate awakening was extremely difficult. Balance should be the Libra constellation's talent. The Gemini constellation's talent was one body with two sides, light and shadow, yin and yang, black and white, etc., etc. It itself was an extremely profound and powerful law. The Gemini constellation was one body with two sides, skillfully and easily, but no one would have thought to fuse two sides into one body. It would create such a strange balance. Wait a minute. The question was diverted. Everyone was talking about the Gemini furnace just now. Little Fool's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. His words seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Don't be too nervous. Hee. Congratulations, you have become the first Gemini saint in history to fuse the Gemini furnace into one body. Tang Tian released his hand, and Yaya disappeared in the blink of an eye, as though he had been pardoned. Little Fool soaked his body in the blue sea of energy. Tang Tian's face was slightly white, the fierce attack, just now. Even he himself was unable to take it. Hearing Little Fool's screams, he waved his hand. Don't be too nervous. The Gemini furnace's transformation was a success, and Tang Tian's mood was extremely good. It allowed him to taste the sweetness. Senior Goei Wu was truly worthy of being called Onyx Soul's 3 blood saints. He still had some standards. This fool actually succeeded. In the usage of the Gemini furnace, there was no such thing as fusing the 2 furnaces into one. He initially thought that Tang Tian would have some ingenious method. Little Fool's mouth was wide open, and he was speechless for a long time. His IQ must not be dragged down by this idiot. Between me and the fool, we are mortal enemies. This is definitely the fool's plot. The fool wants to use this method to lower my intelligence, and then use my rich experience to defeat me. The blue energy that originally filled the energy furnace was pushed to the corner of the energy furnace by the strong repulsive force, and only occupied half of the energy furnace. Smart and wise, steady and magnanimous, the mystical and subtle balance caused Little Fool to be absent-minded for a moment. Yaya flew out at this time, squeaking as he pounced towards Tang Tian. Ever since this little fellow had wings, he had been flying around, and did not stop to rest, to be able to succeed like this. This fellow's luck is truly too good. All right, form spirits do not have lungs. As expected, I have lost my mind from anger. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe that the mystical balance in front of him was actually created by the Fool. Carrying this sorrow and regret, Little Fool flew into the energy furnace, and then he was startled. He could see that the blood furnace was like a heart, rhythmically contracting and expanding. Every time it contracted and expanded, it would cause the blood inside the blood furnace to sway. In Little Fool's vision, the sea of blood was like a bright red ocean. The wind howled angrily, surging unceasingly, containing an unparalleled wild power. He once again floated into Tang Tian's body, the originally beautiful Gemini furnace. In his eyes was a tragic sight, with a missing piece in the middle. It was pieced together stiffly. The burning sensation assaulted his senses. Between the blue and red, there was an extremely strong repulsive force. They were like magnets repelling each other. The opposite blood meridians were slowly evolving. The repulsive force became stronger and stronger, and at the same time, the blue sea of energy that he was immersed in also started to absorb the energy. Conversely, the stronger the sea of energy, it also stimulated the evolution of the blood meridians. This reaction, other than the crazy young man, he could not think of anyone else. Go and play by yourself. I still have things to do. Little Fool was so angry that his entire body was trembling. All of his calmness was thrown to the back of his head. He felt that he was going crazy to actually place his hopes on such an unreliable person. He deserved to die. Little Fool, who was immersed in the sea of energy. His face was as gloomy as the surrounding seawater that was becoming deeper. Where the hell did you come from to have such unwarranted confidence? I was actually taught a lesson by the Fool. But the calm Little Fool did not let the pleasure get to his head. He felt extremely uncomfortable. This asshole. He had never felt so comfortable before. It made him so happy that he almost moaned. The density had doubled. The effect was obvious. Little Fool could clearly feel that the spirit origin was continuously being produced. Tang Tian groaned. The process of the collision was definitely not beautiful. An intense pain came from his chest, and before he could even gasp for breath, his ears were filled with Little Fool's flustered and exasperated screams. Eating. Chapter 545. Seeing their excited faces, Ling Su did not give them a chance to refute. He called the guards and brought the two of them into the recruit barracks. Tang Tian stood beside the pile of spirit treasures, as though he was a trash collector. The silver frost sheep horn seal suddenly lit up with a faint light aura, transforming into a silver light that entered Ling Su's body. Ling Su looked at the two people in front of him, squinting his eyes. You guys want to learn spear techniques from me? Ling Su squinted his eyes, his aura suddenly becoming sharp. The two of them held their breaths, their bodies trembling slightly. Their strength in front of Ling Su was insignificant. Being swept by Ling Su's gaze, the two of them felt weak, but they did not cower. The hardships they had gone through had tempered their willpower and also strengthened their hearts. The two of them revealed a look of reverence. Ling Su's killing intent was as dense as wine, but it did not have the slightest bit of bloodthirstiness or ruthlessness. This pair of wings seems to be called demonic wings. It is a spirit treasure from the distant east. I do not know anything else. Little Crane, your crane sex inheritance originates from the east. I feel that this demonic wings should be very suitable for you. The east actually has spirit treasures. It truly makes me curious. After that, from Senior Gui Wu's records, he found out about the origins of drunk on Saint Blood, and immediately started to learn it. Silver frost sheep horn seal. Ling Su declined to comment. Wait till you guys pass the recruit training. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, the recruit training of Ursa Major Constellation is the most cruel. People die often. If you can't hold on, don't force yourself. In front of him, Ouyang Shi and Juyen stood perfectly straight. Tang Tian thought sinisterly, humph humph, little crane wearing the wings. He will definitely be so beautiful that even the ladies will be jealous. Ling Su's mind was blank and subconsciously received the silver frost sheep horn seal that Tang Tian threw over. The seal did not look special. It was a straight sheep horn, a round seal, with the insignia of the silver frost mounts carved on it. Ouyang straightened his back and shouted loudly, "Master, please accept us!" He was full of fighting spirit. The honest Ouyang was stunned. This question had stumped him. Yes. Why did Lord Ling Su want to teach them? They had nothing to do with Ling Su, and they were even disciples of opposing forces. Why would Lord Ling Su want to teach them? In the courtyard, the feeling of spring gradually rose. The branches of the flowers trembled, and the bamboo table was cool with tea and teacups. Crane sat upright with a smile on his face. I have not seen Xiao Duo for a long time. Xiao Duo is becoming more and more beautiful. Rebuild the silver frost mounts? Ling Su looked at the two of them and mocked. With just the two of you, rebuild the silver frost mounts? This sword was the only sword that Senior Gui Wu had collected. Crane bowed slightly. Help me think, Aunt. Aunt thinks too highly of me. The smile on Crane's face remained. His tone was tactful. Aunt is in her prime. It is still too early for such matters. Furthermore, I feel very comfortable in Ursa Major constellation and do not want to change places. The current Crane was maturing day by day. His state of mind was calm, and his breadth of mind was much wider than before. Facing the goodwill from his aunt, he did not display the coldness of rejecting her, but instead smiled and thanked her. Tang Tian muttered, and threw the silver frost sheep talisman to Ling Su. Ouyang and Zhua Yan's faces immediately flushed red. In the middle of the meeting room, there was a pile of spirit treasures. Tang Tian's voice sounded distant to everyone's ears, as though it came from high up in the clouds, causing everyone to feel as though they were stepping on cotton, their legs going soft. Everyone's expression was somewhat absent-minded. Even the most calm Jing Hao was somewhat dazed. From the moment he stepped into the meeting room, his gaze never left the black sword in the middle of the spirit treasures. Big brother Jing Hao, this drunk on Saint Blood is for you. Without hesitation, Tang Tian threw the black sword to Jing Hao. Jing Hao subconsciously received it. Upon receiving it, a burst of sword intent entered his heart. He quivered, as though he was doused with cold water in the winter. He became clear-headed. Ling Su knew how precious it was, the silver frost sheep horn seal, the commander's seal of the silver frost mounts, was the symbol of the authority of the silver frost mounts, and only the leader of the silver frost mounts had the qualifications to wield it. Although Zhuo Yan's face was slightly pale, he gathered his courage. Master, only the silver frost mounts can rebuild the Aries. Only the silver frost mounts can allow people to regain the lost glory of the Aries. Master, the time to rebuild the silver frost mounts has arrived. Xiao Duo's face blossomed into a smile. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. The sword's body was black and unadorned, thick and heavy, with 2 lines of small characters. Drink the saint's blood, only then will you know the taste. And Yu Hong wanted to say more, but Crane waved his hand. Aunt and I, you don't have to persuade me. Crane does not have great ambitions, and does not have the ambition of a human king. It was not easy for Dexiong to walk to where he is today. It can be said that every inch of land and every inch of blood, everyone fought shoulder to shoulder, united as a stronghold, to have the current situation. Crane fought with everyone here, and was injured, but never thought of leaving. Although Sagittarius is good, but it is not a place that Crane can protect. This drunk on Saint Blood has a great history. Many, many years ago, there was a sword fanatic that appeared out of nowhere, moving unhindered in heaven's road, challenging saints everywhere, but no one was able to last more than 10 moves, causing his reputation to rise. All of the saints that lost to him secretly formed an alliance and set up an ambush, but in the end he killed 30 of them and left calmly, and no one dared to chase after him. This sword is his sword. After drinking the saint's blood, he changed its name to Drunk on Saint Blood, and only drinks the saint's blood. Silver frost mounts. The current Ling Su was no longer the immature young lad, the continuous campaigns, especially the continuous battles with the saints in Big Dipper, caused him to become even stronger. Standing in front of him, Ouyang Shi and Juoyan both felt their hearts jump. Ling Su was like a death god that walked out from hell, his entire body overflowing with killing intent. Such a strong sword concept. The lady was called Niu Hong, and was a person with authority in Sagittarius constellation, and was deeply trusted by the Empress. I called everyone here to split the spoils, to split the spoils of war. Jing Hao's face could not help but reveal a look of ecstasy. Any swordsman's love for their treasured swords was definitely from the bottom of their hearts. I don't know. Ling Su thought for a while, then muttered to himself. Teacher would probably hope that I do that, but I do not have any sense of belonging to Aries constellation. To protect Aries constellation, I am not willing. Oh, I will go find Crazy Tang. I might as well let him take down Aries constellation. That way, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. She laughed. His Majesty once said, Your Highness represents the future. I had my suspicions, but after personally seeing Your Highness today, I know how wise His Majesty is. The future Sagittarius constellation, in Your Highness' hands, will definitely shine. Juoyan, who had been quiet the entire time, suddenly spoke. Because the silver frost mounts cannot be alone. The few people beside her revealed looks of shock, although the rumors of Prince Crane taking over Sagittarius constellation was not new. But for Niu Hong to personally say it, it had a completely different meaning. In the future, he would directly kick little Crane into the ranks of women, and no one would be more handsome than this godlike young lad. Niu Hong forced a smile. We have important matters to attend to. As light as a feather. Every feather on the wings was as clear as water, the surface suffused with a layer of faint rainbow light aura. The energy undulation released by the wings was not considered strong, but it had a unique rhythm which immediately tugged at Crane's heartstrings. Just at that moment, the communication treasure on his body moved. Crane was already completely immersed in the profound and mysterious rhythm of the heavenly devil feather. The Crane body energy in his body involuntarily flowed along with the rhythm. Why do I have to teach you? Ling Su was expressionless. Crane bowed to everyone and then left. Ling Su, this silver frost sheep horn seal, is definitely yours. It is said that only the leader of the silver frost mounts can wield it. This senior Gui Wu's taste is really mixed. Why does he accept everything? The disciples of the Crane sect kept pouring into Ursa Major constellation, and even the great clan elder was considering moving the Crane sect to Ursa Major constellation. The training environment of Ursa Major constellation was many times better than Heavenly Crane constellation. It was not only the Crane sect, even the Shangguan family of Immortal constellation had already migrated to Ursa Major constellation. Big Brother Ling, are you really going to build the Silver Frost mounts? Wei Weiyan asked curiously. Crane smiled. Why must I be the master of a constellation? Crane's life wish is to revitalize the Crane sect and to obtain a place for the Crane sect to rest. And now that I have achieved my wish, and it has far exceeded what I wanted, what more can I be dissatisfied with? Tang Tian did not have time to care about him, and continued with his division of loot. Crazy Tang has asked everyone to gather. Ling Su snorted. What tricks does he want to play again? Let's go, we can find him to fight. The admiration in Niu Hong's eyes became heavier. His Highness Crane's demeanor and bearing was simply impeccable. She had followed the Empress for a long time, and knew a thing or two about her thoughts. The Empress had never married in her life, and did not have any children, so she was very fond of her nephew. Crane's performance in the past 2 years proved that he had the ability to inherit Sagittarius constellation. Tang Tian said everything he knew in one breath, then grabbed a pair of crystal wings and threw it to Crane. By Xiao Duo's side, a few beautiful ladies sat side by side. They looked at the refined and gentle His Highness Crane, and could not help but reveal looks of admiration. One of the slightly older ladies said, Before we left, His Majesty instructed us to pass on a message to Your Highness. If there are any difficulties, Sagittarius constellation will forever be Your Highness' support." The communication treasure on Crane's body trembled. Crane swept it with his mind, then raised his head and spoke to the ladies. "My apologies. Crazy Tang is looking for me to discuss matters. I will take my leave." Inside the energy furnace, Little Fool's face was covered in tears. His heart felt as though it was being cut by a knife. "Master, please do not look down on me." Inside the meeting room, Crane, Ling Su Jinghao, Magic Flute, Ding Man led the Saint unit, Amari, Han Bingning, and the rest all entered one by one. But when they entered the meeting room, their gazes landed in the middle of the meeting room, and all of them were stunned. Jinghao was extremely excited. He caressed the sword body, and the lonely back view of the exceptional swordsman appeared in his mind. He knew about it, but the senior did not leave his name, and the matter had become a taboo topic and was not mentioned in detail. The Honorable Martial Alliance was also a participant at that time, but with just a few words, it was enough for him to understand the elegance of the exceptional swordsman. All of the ladies were speechless, and Crane's current prestige in the Crane sect was unparalleled. He was the second saint in the Crane sect after Spiritual Master Crane, and at such a young age, and was a core member of Ursa Major constellation. It was something they did not even dare to think about in the past. And Ai Yu Hong looked at Crane deeply and said with a profound meaning, "Although Ursa Major is good, Your Highness is not the master of Ursa Major. And for Sagittarius constellation, in 3 to 5 years, Your Highness will be able to control the universe. Master, no matter what test it is, we will accept it." Chapter 546. Everyone in the diplomatic mission was filled with anticipation for this mission. The mechanical army's victory over Raging Fire and Dawn had pushed the mechanical spirit weapons to a new height. Mechanical martial artists were the most suitable martial artists for armies, as mechanical spirit weapons could be used on a large scale, and this advantage could not be replaced by any star treasures. But because the mechanic techniques had declined for too long, all the powerhouses did not have much confidence in them, including Libra Constellation, who had already decided to walk down the path of mechanic techniques. In truth, they did not have much confidence. Little Fool had never seen such a wastrel before. Senior Gui Wu's collection was definitely not inferior to a large-scale treasure deposit. But just like that, Damas had sent all of them away. This must be an imitation. Walking on the streets of Bearhead City, seeing the high-spirited pedestrians, Elder Shao stopped and sighed. "During Yan Yong Lai's era, I once came to Ursa Major constellation, and at that time Bearhead City was even more flourishing than it is now. But compared to the current Bearhead City, it was far from it. When Yan Yong Lai entered Bearhead City, what the people talked about was enjoyment and beauty. Now look at this place, it's full of vitality. What they talk about the most is cultivation." Crane looked at Tang Tian, who was at a loss, and could not help but reveal a smile. From the perspective of benefits, any rational person would not make such a choice based on Crazy Tang's actions. However, this guy's brain was sometimes so simple. The group of elders burst into laughter. Elder Zhao's gaze was also attracted by the beautiful design of the mechanical spirit weapon. But he had done his homework before coming and said, "It should be Ursa Major Constellation's latest model, sharp, armored, violent bear." It said that it's still being researched, but I didn't expect it to be produced already. Clan Elder Hua was taken aback. "Are you the #1 beauty of Leo Constellation, Scarlet?" Lei Ong is actually willing to part with it. So this time, Libra Constellation had sent out an unprecedented diplomatic mission, with more than 500 people, and just counting the elders, there were 7 of them. In the close to 100 years of diplomatic history of Libra Constellation, this had never happened before, and it showed how much importance they placed on the trip to Ursa Major Constellation. What they were now holding in their hands was a treasure that they didn't even dare to dream of. Every treasure was a treasure that had left its name in history. Behind each name was a legend. Elder Shao could not bring himself to laugh. He nodded with a solemn expression. Yes, Scarlet came with Andre. However, even if it was an imitation, its aura was so similar, so its price was definitely not cheap. The group of elders looked at the disappearing figure in the sky with incomparable jealousy. Clan Elder Hua, who was beside him, nodded his head. That's right, it makes people feel moved. The rise of Ursa Major constellation is truly unstoppable. I really want to see Tang Tian. What kind of magic does he have to be able to change the face of Ursa Major constellation? This Ursa Major constellation is already the overlord. Suddenly, a mechanical spirit weapon whizzed past their heads. Pisces' life and death wheel. Elder Zhao's gaze unconsciously swept over Liang Feng, and he couldn't help but be stunned. His gaze was attracted by the strangely shaped jade pendant hanging on Liang Feng's waist. The jade pendant looked like two intertwining fishes, one with silver-white pupils and the other with pitch-black pupils. The jade pendant glowed, and in the middle of the two intertwining fishes was a bright red compass engraved with fine markings. "Haha, you're right." Clan Elder Hua laughed out loud. "All these country bumpkins seeing these treasures, I'm afraid they will start drooling." Only after the mechanical army's victory did the higher-ups of Libra constellation truly make up their minds. Compared to the treasures in their hands, they were too lowly. Bing was also watching the scene, his mouth revealing a faint smile. He thought of his commander. In truth, from the start, the companions by Tang Tian's side were never the most outstanding or the most outstanding. Bing praised in his heart, in terms of talent, compared to Tang Tian, they were many times more outstanding. But how many people were able to achieve what Tang Tian had achieved? To do such a foolish thing, anyone with a bit of intelligence would not do it, much less those astute and ambitious people. But Tang Tian did it. The light aura in the saint's eyes was so familiar to Bing, it was the same as their army in the past. Although the clan elders were envious of Ursa Major constellation's mechanical techniques, but they still felt that Ursa Major constellation was just a lucky country bumpkin. All the treasures that could not be bought in the market were enough to cause all the country bumpkins who had never seen the market to become speechless. Little Fool was not moved. He was extremely angry with Tang Tian's defiling actions. The most inferior treasures could be exchanged for the loyalty of even stronger and more outstanding saints. And in his eyes, these saints were completely worthless. Relying on this group of people who were worthless in the eyes of other powerhouses, they became the current Ursa Major constellation. Stepping into the saint level, to the martial artists, the saints were glorious and illustrious, but after stepping over the threshold, they knew that the world behind them was not as beautiful as they thought. On the contrary, the world of the saint level was even crueler, even more intense. They were at the bottom of the entire saint level world. They were even more careful and lived with their tails between their legs. Those spirit technique cards made them drool. A bronze level spirit treasure was their lifelong dream. Libra constellation. Liang Feng was enlightened. "Please follow me." Bing, who came from the Southern Cross Army, knew, no matter how ordinary a person was, the light aura of transformation was equally dazzling. We must definitely not let them succeed. Elder Hua's words immediately garnered the approval of the other clan elders. Compared to him, Crane, Ling Su, and Jing Hao were not surprised at all. There were times when Crazy Tang was stingy and greedy. There were times when Crazy Tang was generous like a local tyrant. As for when these two would appear, it would depend on which line Crazy Tang's nerves were on at that time. He led the way. The diplomatic group's visit was extremely sudden. Han Towel and Pai Pa had only received the various powerhouses' messages at the last minute. The two of them did not have the experience of receiving guests, so everything was a mess. A saint flew in the sky, sizing them up. Ding Man laughed. "No problem." He was truly an outstanding leader. "Do we have some trump card?" One of the clan elders could not help but ask. All of the bitterness surged into their hearts. Under the mixed feelings, They all cried out. Liang Feng brought the diplomatic group to the reception area. Seeing Ding Man guarding there, he heaved a sigh of relief. I'll leave the rest to you. We are Libra Constellation's diplomatic group. Elder Shao said politely the saint's qi was not ordinary, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Ursa Major Constellation had a much longer history than other constellations. But compared to Libra Constellation, the old and established Ecliptic Palace aristocratic families, it was still lacking by 1,000 miles. In the history of Ursa Major Constellation, there had never been anyone who had stepped into the Ecliptic Palace grade. But his face quickly returned to normal. He secretly mocked himself in his heart. I am truly living more and more. How can the legendary Pisces life and death wheel appear here? Trump card? Elder Shao laughed. That's right, it is the word prophet. Everyone look at this bare head city. Although it is full of youthful energy, but doesn't it have enough foundation? Ursa Major Constellation has just been established. This Tang Tian does not have any background. After going through the war, he is definitely poor now. Our Libra Constellation's treasures. I do not believe that Tang Tian will not be moved. Tang Tian is truly willing to spend money on these saints. Elder Shao thought in his heart. To be able to enter Senior Gui Wu's discerning eyes, and to be able to endure the test of time to preserve the spirit treasures. There are definitely famous treasures. Another elder immediately asked, what model of mechanical spirit weapon is this? I don't think I have seen it before. This kind of light would slowly ferment in their never-ending and tireless running. Tang Tian was at a loss. He did not understand why everyone was crying. He was obviously giving them something good. For the sake of not being too casual, all of the saints were sent to receive the diplomatic group. All of these nameless people were currently famous. Elder Shao scoffed. It won't be that easy. Tang Tian is dead set on Chia Shangguan, and the Shangguan family have all been moved to Ursa Major Constellation. Furthermore, Chia Shangguan is not dead, and not many people know of this news. Leon has made a mistake this time. He wants to seduce us, He is definitely not our opponent. Everyone held on to it. All of them were in a daze. Ding Man pinched his own palm with all his might to see if he was dreaming. Liang Feng's dazed face suddenly burst out crying. This cry immediately caused a chain reaction, causing the entire meeting room to be filled with tears. This was probably the reason why he was not willing to leave the place. This warmth that was not artificial, this kind of stupid, simple sharing blessings, was the rarest quality in the world. Ling Su was just a wandering gunman, a hired thug for the clan elder. Crane was a disciple of a declining sect, and Jing Hao, among the geniuses of the Honorable Martial Alliance, was similarly dim. Sai Lei was a small shop owner in Three Spirit City. As for Old Man Fei, he was even less successful. Belle was an extremely ordinary onyx soul horse. Pai Pa was a sick young lady, and Long Shou Jing was a scapegoat for Draco Constellation. Ling Su was currently the hottest spear saint, and was viewed as the flag of the revival of the Silver Frost Mounts. Crane became the second saint of the Crane sect, and conquered the entire Sagittarius constellation. As long as he was willing, he could become the king of Sagittarius. Jing Hao had cultivated a rare sword spirit, and as long as he did not die, he had the qualifications to become the strongest sword saint. Sai Lei had become the #1 mechanical grandmaster engineer. Old Man Fei had also become a famous blood meridian specialist, and was in charge of the famous Blood Meridians laboratory. Belle had become the intelligence chief of Ursa Major Constellation, while Pai Pa and Long Shou Jing were the pillars of internal affairs of Ursa Major Constellation, and any powerhouses were willing to pay any price to bring them away. Elder Zhao's heart was thumping wildly. In his mind, a name suddenly appeared. Haha, they won't swallow all the treasures, right? But the diplomatic group? I heard that even Leon, that lion, also has thoughts of a marriage alliance. Elder Hua laughed. She turned her head, only to see Elder Shao staring blankly at the bright red necklace on her neck. What's there to be unwilling about? Elder Shao was flustered and exasperated. If I had a daughter as beautiful as you, I would definitely bring her here. To be able to marry such a hero, I would be smiling even in my dreams. Lei On definitely wants Scarlet to immediately hook up with Tang Tian. Bing was clear. The true core of the group, the true soul, was the man with a blank face. Chapter 547. When Tang Tian placed the benevolent pellet heart into her hands, she did not understand at the start. When she understood that the bright red necklace was the famous benevolent pellet heart, she was completely dumbstruck, her mind in a blank. She did not know which asshole was crying out loud, but she could not stop her tears and started to cry along with them. But she did not leave, as there were not many opportunities to observe Jing Hao. At the start, the diplomatic group was still talking loudly as though no one was around. But slowly, everyone's voices became softer. They are all replicas, but their value is not small. Another clan elder said, "Seems like Ursa Major constellation situation is much better than what we thought. They are very rich." Jing Hao. Ming Yu's heart shook. For a sword saint to waste his precious time on these worthless martial artists. There was no value in it. Ming Yu did not disturb Jing Hao, and only watched from afar, as Jing Hao guided the other martial artists to train their sword techniques. The other clan elders all nodded their heads. Replicas of famous weapons were worth much more than ordinary spirit treasures. For everyone to have one, how much star coins would that cost? Suddenly, her gaze landed on the black sword in Jing Hao's hand. Swordsmen had an innate intuition toward swords, and the moment Mingyu saw the sword, she had a feeling, good sword. How can there be so many real ones? Impossible. Definitely impossible. The other clan elders all nodded their heads again. That's right, without a spirit treasure master who was well versed in history. It was a joke to want to refine replicas. But to find out he seemed to be richer than them, causing the elders of the diplomatic group to be dumbstruck. She immediately recognized the identity of the person and stopped in her tracks. Sword spirit. Ming Yu's calm and collected state of mind was in turmoil. The sword domain was respected by the sword, but to be able to cultivate out a sword spirit was extremely rare. Ming Yu was born with a sword body, and was one of the most talented physiques to train in sword techniques, but the chances of her cultivating out a sword spirit was extremely slim. Elder Shao raised his head. His complexion was terrible, his mouth full of bitterness. Those are not replicas, they are real. Along the way, they saw a few saints. All of them had a famous treasure hanging on them. Pisces Life and Death Wheel, benevolent Dan Hart. Ursa Major constellation was truly not simple. Now that Hand Towel had found her, she agreed without hesitation. Not only her, everyone in the sacred unit felt the same way. Jing, how was sword domain's second target? Elder Shao had also regained his composure. A look of determination flashed across his eyes. We need to fight for more authority from the higher-ups. Our current price tag is no longer suitable. Her gaze suddenly landed on a man in the cultivation field, drunk on Saint blood. The reason for that was because the crowd discovered that the expressions of the elders were all very gloomy. However, the higher-ups had obviously put in a lot of effort. Jing, how was a person who valued friendship very much. It was impossible to rope him in by normal means. The only way to break through was through Tang Tian. The oppressive silence enveloped them once again. She only relaxed when she saw the benevolent pill in her hand. The drunk on saint blood that tasted like a saint's blood. Other than some special places, they could wander around Bear Head City as they pleased. Everyone's eyes seemed to have a regiment of flames blazing in them. The light aura blossoming in them could not be covered up by the darkness of the night. Their mental outlook was renewed. They were brimming with boundless power. In every single person's heart, there seemed to be a voice shouting, "Let's go all out! Let's go all out. Only by going all out can we be worthy of such treatment." Elder Shao did not argue, but the bitter smile on his face became denser and denser. This is not good. Elder Hua sighed. Our biggest trump card is money, and this Ursa Major constellation seems to have more money than us. When she regained her senses, she realized that everyone's eyes were on her. At that time, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She had never been so embarrassed in her entire life. The elders were all knowledgeable and experienced, even if the people below them did not recognize them. How could they not recognize them? Behind each and every one of their names was a legend. Drunk on Saint Blood, a scholar would die for a bosom friend. That was how it was. It was not only her. Everyone else was not any better. This period of time was the most abnormal period for the Ursa Major constellation saint unit. Some people would suddenly laugh foolishly, some would suddenly cry, and after a few days of effort, everyone finally struggled out of the abnormal state. Benevolent Pellet Heart could greatly increase the control of a medical martial saint's energy, and it itself contained a portion of the life laws, allowing the medical martial saint's energy to be tainted with the life laws. The life laws was one of the highest grade laws, and was the ultimate goal of all medical martial saints. Although the Benevolent Pellet Heart's life laws were not complete, but it was still able to make it the spirit treasure that all medical martial saints yearned for. But very quickly, Mingyu was surprised, because the martial artists that were receiving guidance were truly too weak. Such weak martial artists completely did not have the value of guidance. But Jing Hao was not the least bit impatient. Instead, he guided them attentively, and did not have the slightest bit of impatience because of the weak martial artists. The excitement on the elders' faces slowly dissipated, and at the same time, the color of blood disappeared. The room once again descended into a strange and stifling silence. The other elders all had their mouths wide open. Some had faces full of fear, some were dazed. Mingyu was not anxious and brought Yu Ji to stay. In her mind, Pai Pa's expression of a smile that was not a smile when she saw Yu Ji. It seemed to have some other meaning, but she could not guess what it was, so she threw it to the back of her mind. If she did not personally witness it, Mingyu would definitely not believe it. But Jing Hao was extremely focused, sword after sword. Mingyu opened her eyes wide. She wanted to see what profoundness was behind it. Seconded. All of the elders looked at each other, unable to say a word. Previously, they were confident, since Ursa Major constellation was newly established and Tang Tian did not have any background. So Ursa Major constellation should be poor. As long as Ursa Major constellation lacked money, then it would be easy. Constellations that were richer than Libra constellation, like Aquarius constellation, were not interested in mechanical techniques, and Libra constellation did not have many competitors. The atmosphere of the entire Ursa Major constellation truly had the aura of an overlord. She had only seen such an aura in Ursa Major constellation. No wonder Sword Domain placed such importance on Tang Tian. This also made her even more curious about Tang Tian. When she was in Andromeda constellation, she did not interact much with Tang Tian and had very little understanding of Tang Tian. The bright red necklace on her neck had a beautiful name, Benevolent Pellet Heart. Spirit treasures were definitely not randomly named. To dare to have the word divine in its name, it was definitely not an ordinary spirit treasure. Benevolent Pellet Heart was not widely known among ordinary saints, but among the medical martial saints, it was something everyone knew. The exclamations from not far away caused Mingyu's heart to tremble. Her pupils constricted. Those 3 words caused all the hairs on her body to stand. Encountering a problem, everyone's gaze could not help but turn to look at Clan Elder Shao. Clan Elder Shao was the leader of the diplomatic group. Everyone then realized, from the moment they entered the house, Clan Elder Shao did not say a word. For the past few days, she had been holding on to the Benevolent Pellet Heart to sleep, and the first reaction she had when she woke up was, it was not a dream, right? All the clan elders retorted subconsciously. All of their faces flushed red. They were so excited that they almost jumped up. The scene was extremely chaotic. The martial artists below were all stunned by the scene in front of them. They had never seen the powerful clan elders lose their composure. Clan Elder Hua asked with a trembling voice. Are they really the real thing? The noisy quarreling slowly quietened down, as though there was an invisible hand calming down all the noise. Every time they saw one more, their hearts would sink. Jing Hao was actually practicing the fundamental sword techniques over and over again, which was completely out of Ming Yu's expectations. Clan Elder Hua broke the silence. He gradually regained his senses from the shock. What do we do now? To any swordsman, the daily training of a sword saint who had formed a sword spirit was extremely attractive. Ming Yu thought in her heart, her gaze was fixated on Jing Hao's every sword. For a full half an hour, no one said a word. Clan Elder Zhao's gaze did not make Ding Man take it to heart. Now that Bear Head City was on full alert, no one dared to rob here, and she herself was not a weakling. Ding Man brought the diplomatic group, occasionally introducing them along the way, and from time to time, other saints would come and go. A sword saint was actually practicing basic swordsmanship. Bear Head City had the most training grounds. All of them were big and small training grounds, and everywhere they looked, there were martial artists sweating profusely. From Ming Yu's point of view, all of these martial artists had ordinary talent. Their strength was also ordinary. The only thing worth praising was their hard work. Ming Yu brought Yu Ji for a stroll in Bear Head City. They had already settled down, and Ming Yu remembered the surprise in the lady, called Pai Pa's eyes. The other party obviously did not expect that the sword domain would come, but from Pai Pa's calmness, Ming Yu could tell that the other party knew of the existence of the sword domain. Another clan elder added, I'm afraid that the other party has an extremely powerful, long-established spirit treasure master. If not, they would not be able to refine these replicas. Seconded, it must definitely be replicas. Clan Elder Hua's tone was firm. With so many good things, it is possible for one to appear, but for everyone to have one? Even the Honorable Martial Alliance would not be so extravagant. Oh my God, Clan Elder Hua muttered, his face without a trace of blood. Everyone looked at each other. What's wrong with the clan elders? Clan Elder Xiao nodded his head with difficulty. Originally, Ding Man would never accept such a task. Ming Yu had wanted to meet Tang Tian first. But Pai Pa said that Tang Tian was in closed-door training and would only come out after a few days. Gradually, the martial artists dispersed, training by themselves. It was obviously not the first time. Jing Hao also started to train by himself. Ming Yu's eyes lit up. Fundamental sword techniques. Ding Man settled the diplomatic group down and left, leaving the remaining work to Pai Pa and Han Tao. Once Ding Man left, the entire diplomatic group sank into silence. Ding Man smiled sweetly. I agree. Clan Elder Hua nodded his head. The room was dead silent, but after a few seconds, it suddenly exploded. Could it be that in fundamental sword techniques there was some unknown profoundness? Chapter 548. Hey, to be able to receive such praise from you, it is rare. Si Jilly chuckled, but was surprised in her heart. Andre was a talented student from the Military General Institute and had always been very picky. To be able to receive such an evaluation from him was not easy. Well-trained, strict discipline, and well-commanded. Andre said without turning his head, even if it was a piece of ordinary metal, after drinking so much saint blood, it would give birth to a spirit, and furthermore, its quality was extraordinary. Very few people knew of the origins of drunk on saint blood, but Sword Domain was extremely interested in it and spent a great deal of effort to find out where it came from. It was refined from a piece of meteoric iron. Leo Constellation did not have a long history. The smell of iron and blood had not faded, and the extravagant style had not taken shape. Oh, that's right. To be able to cultivate out a sword spirit and not use spirit techniques. A sword saint that directly points to laws. Of course, he has the qualifications. The Onyx Soul Man nodded his head. But that sword is a treasure of one of our Onyx Soul seniors. Are you shocked? Such an exceptional sword saint. to actually come from the Honorable Martial Alliance. Such a waste. Does your sword domain not have any thoughts about it? Ursa Major Constellation's policy was definitely not suitable for strong martial artists. But it could be predicted that when the middle and low-level martial artists matured, Ursa Major Constellation would become even more terrifying. Ming Yu immediately recognized the other party's background. It was not surprising for Onyx Soul's people to recognize Drunk on Saint Blood's history, because Onyx Soul had suffered a huge setback because of the sword. Yu Ji burst out laughing, 100 charms blossoming. Ming Yu's heart trembled, but she remained calm and collected. Onyx Soul plans to start a war with Ursa Major Constellation? So scary. Andre looked through the window and stared at the patrolling troops in the distance, spending countless manpower and resources, but to no avail. Mingyu had never thought that the sword would actually be in Jing Hao's hands. Mingyu had the urge to immediately return to sword domain, but she suppressed the urge. A figure landed beside her. It was the Onyx Soul man. Mingyu said coldly, "For Onyx Soul to actually be interested in a sword saint, this makes me have some thoughts." Ming Yu did not want to spoil her plans because of the other party's greed. Suddenly, the entire place quietened down. With the increase in standard, the Lupus race's huge population, the Ursa Major Constellation's armies would become extremely strong. By the way, what should I wear for tonight's banquet? Si Jilly had already begun to think about the banquet tonight. She was thinking about what kind of stunning performance would attract Tang Tian. The Onyx Soul man's face turned as white as paper. What made Mingyu even more shocked was that in Jing Hao's hands, Drunk on Saint Blood did not have the slightest bit of ferocious aura. It was calm and just, majestic and majestic. Such a ferocious sword was absolutely untamed, and the slightest carelessness would cause it to devour its master. At this moment, it was like an obedient and docile kitten, withdrawing its sharp claws. As the sword saint went around challenging others, the sword drank the blood of the saint. The rumors circulating in the outside world weren't accurate. Ming Yu remembered very clearly that someone from the mighty heavenly sword domain had specially verified it, and the final conclusion was that this sword had been tainted with the blood of at least 56 saints. Sword domain had severely underestimated Jing Hao's strength. Jing Hao was still using the most basic sword techniques. There wasn't the slightest bit of finesse in each sword technique, but those simple sword techniques were now emitting an indescribable fluctuation. Drunk on Saint Blood's trajectory was like a formless ripple in the air, silent and silent. And Ursa Major Constellation did not tilt its star power towards the experts, but instead treated the middle and low-level martial artists generously. The treatment that the middle and low-level martial artists enjoyed in Ursa Major Constellation was the best out of all the constellations. As long as you trained hard, you would be able to enjoy the dense star power in Ursa Major Constellation, and did not need to pay the astronomical star power tax. As though he had sensed Ming Yu's gaze, he turned to look at her. The man's eyes lit up. He smiled at Ming Yu, revealing his snow-white teeth. The man laughed out loud. "I am not interested in Jing Hao, and am not his opponent, but I am interested in the drunk on Saint Blood in his hands." Clan Elder Hua was admiring the treasures of the saints stationed around the place, and upon hearing their discussion, he snorted, "Ignorant! If they knew the value of the treasures on the guards, they would know that they are soaking in a vast ocean of star coins. Simple? This is definitely the most luxurious banquet in history." Although the 15 saints from Temple were completely wiped out, but after observing for a period of time, everyone realized that Ursa Major Constellation truly did not have many experts. But they also realized that Ursa Major Constellation's cohesiveness was extremely strong. The middle and low-level martial artists trained extremely hard and definitely surpassed any other constellation. The swordsmen of Sword Domain all knew all the famous swords in the world like the back of their hands. Furthermore, the drunk on Saint Blood that had once stirred up a reign of terror. From an evolution point of view, regardless if it was the spirit type or the blood type, They had all evolved to a relatively high level, and that was the two different evolution methods. The greed in the onyx soul man's eyes was as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. His eyes were filled with shock, his expression as though he had seen a ghost. And at that moment, Mingyu was similarly unable to maintain her composure. She stared blankly at Jinghao, her face filled with disbelief. The simple and unadorned fundamental sword technique brought along the power of laws and was like a silent warning. The ridiculing words entered Mingyu's ears. His companion by his side also laughed. A fringe planet, is there any more rural place than that? That is his style. Hell! Mingyu was startled, drunk on Saint blood, and in another direction, the diplomatic group of Libra constellation. Sword Domain had always been searching for the sword. They who were familiar with the nature of the sword knew how powerful the sword was. Ursa Major Constellation's battle had truly raised their prestige, and that was the main reason for the diplomatic groups to gather. Ganhao, who had just soared into the air, felt his chest tighten, his body swaying like a kite with broken wings. His face was flushed red, the veins on his forehead popping out. Night fell, and the place became bustling. Mingyu's mind could not help but surface these words, as expected of a powerful martial artist that had cultivated out a sword spirit. Mingyu felt as though she was struck by lightning. In that moment, Mingyu's mind went blank, her body froze, and she could not even move a finger. When the sword was just refined, it released an extremely bewitching undulation. The bewitching undulation attracted all the star spirit beasts in the surrounding 500 kilometers to rush over. Tang Tian appeared. She retracted her gaze from Jinghao's body and glanced at the person who had exclaimed out. The man was tall and sturdy, with a head of fiery red short hair. His skin was dark brown. He wore an ordinary white short sleeve shirt on his upper body, and the pants on his lower body was extremely strange, like a chain mail shining with silver light. I can only think of other ways. The man shook his head, feeling helpless. He turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. I am called Ganhao. And, he thought about the unfathomable background of Jinghao when he left, and his heart started to tear up. They were obviously all Hao. Why was the difference so huge? But regardless if it was the spirit or blood system, the blood of a saint, all of them contained a strong power. As expected, this name does not match up to my confidence and confidence. He is worthy of that sword. Mingyu said indifferently. She who was born in sword domain was extremely devout toward swords. After killing for 3 days and 3 nights, the sword had drunk its fill of the blood of tens of thousands of star spirit beasts. The bewitching undulation had gradually disappeared. The luster was restrained and was like an ordinary metal. The famed sword chose its master. Other than the Honorable Martial Alliance, who would make a comeback, the other constellations did not dare to provoke Ursa Major Constellation. Mingyu's words were a warning to the other party. Any provocation would cause the Ursa Major Constellation to retaliate. Ursa Major Constellation grew stronger through battles, and the group of lunatics were not afraid of war. When she regained her senses, Jinghao's figure had already disappeared. She was overwhelmed with shock. Jinghao's gaze actually had sword intent. That's right. If Ursa Major Constellation and our Leo Constellation form an alliance, we can definitely defeat the Honorable Martial Alliance. Andre also revealed a bright smile. He did not doubt Scarlet's charm in the slightest. I have to congratulate you. This kind of marriage is worthy of your exceptional looks. Their standards are truly high, Andre said. Other than the quality of their soldiers, which are weaker than our army in other aspects, they are not inferior. With their bitter training, adding the inclination of Ursa Major Constellation star power, in just a few years, their only shortcoming will disappear, and they will become one of the strongest armies in the world. What a mess! A man purposely lowered his voice and said in disdain, a group of country bumpkins. This is the simplest banquet that I have ever attended. All of them are rookies. Onyx Soul. Tonight's banquet. All of the diplomatic groups would be participating, and she needed to stand out among them. And surprise everyone, that was her style. Laws. Scarlet, who was not far away, laughed softly to Andre. This banquet is truly simple and crude. All of the clan elders laughed out loud. Andre glanced at the badges on their chests and said in disdain, "The aristocratic masters only know how to enjoy themselves. The knives and forks in the banquet will only cause people to lose themselves. Only the blades and swords on the battlefield can win respect." Clan Elder Shao was rarely humorous. Even if they know they will not feel happy, they will only feel more pain, because they can't even bring a single star coin away. Ever since the start of the war between the Honorable Martial Alliance and Leo Constellation, both sides had their own victories and defeats, and the war situation was in a stalemate. No one would have thought that the first time the Honorable Martial Alliance fell would actually be in Ursa Major Constellation. The Honorable Martial Alliance had suffered a huge setback, and even the Honorable Martial Alliance had been extremely quiet for a period of time. The Onyx Soul Man froze and revealed a bitter smile. "You're right. Who wants to fight with Ursa Major Constellation now? At least Onyx Soul doesn't. That means they have the value of roping them in." Scarlet's eyes lit up. To be able to marry such a strong martial artist to an ambitious woman like her, it was undoubtedly the best choice. If not for the Sword Saint's extraordinary strength, he would have long died in the tide of beasts. Jing Hao did not seem to feel anything, and was still immersed in training. But very quickly, Mingyu and the Onyx Soul Man turned their heads, and on their faces they revealed looks of shock. Scarlet lazily stretched her waist. "You've been watching for so long, and have been staring at others along the way. What have you seen?" "Impossible." "Don't ask me that." Andre felt his head hurting and made a surrender gesture. After half an hour, Jing Hao kept his sword, turned and left. Before leaving, he glanced at the two of them indifferently. Chapter 549. That's right. Gan Hao was calm and fearless, his gaze burning. The world-famous sword Saint Drunk on Saint Blood is Senior Gui Wu's collection. Onyx Soul has a clear record of it. I hope your majesty can explain. Why is Drunk on Saint Blood in Jing Hao's hands? Explain? Tang Tian looked at Gan Hao strangely. Why do I need to explain? Gui Wu's identity was extremely high. To be able to be ranked in the top 3 in the entire history of Onyx Soul, such a strong martial artist, was unimaginable. Never. The place gradually quietened down. The killing intent in Tang Tian's heart could no longer be suppressed. Gan Hao did not intentionally lower his voice, so the surrounding people all heard him, and immediately went into an uproar. Gui Wu was seen as one of the 3 blood saints of Onyx Soul, and Gan Hao's sudden question was like throwing a bomb into the place. It was a huge blow to her. She held onto the wine cup tightly, not knowing that she was using too much strength, causing her knuckles to turn white. Seeing Tang Tian's back, Scarlet's expression became cold. She rejected a few men who tried to seduce her, and walked to a corner with Andre. Impulsive is the devil, impulsive is the devil. But the devil is so powerful, what do I do? Compared to him, Crane, who was at the side, had a gentle and refined smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind, elegant and graceful, definitely attracting the eyes of others. And Ling Su was dressed in the Silver Frost Mount's gold-threaded white robe. Standing as straight as a spear with a cold face, he looked like a handsome and cool grandmaster, causing Wei Wei to have a heart attack. Tang Tian almost blurted out, "All right, Scarlet is innocent, but it cannot go on like this." His face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Haha, I am a little uncomfortable. You guys have fun, I'll go and greet the others." "What? You must have missed." Andre held onto the wine cup. Looking at Tang Tian's battered and exhausted figure, he chuckled. "It's been a long time since I saw your expression when you missed." Senior Gui Wu. Tang Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat. In his eyes, the place was the most terrifying battlefield. There were many strange enemies here, and he still had to fight against his inner demons. Without waiting for the two of them to answer, Tang Tian secretly held onto Han Towel, who was holding him tightly with one hand, and pushed his way through the crowd with the other hand. He quickly squeezed out and asked Han Towel in a low voice, "There are still 7 minutes left. Tell me, who else do you want to greet?" She racked her brains to dress up and even thought about how to greet him. She didn't expect Tang Tian to be completely indifferent. It was impossible for her not to see that the smile Tang Tian showed her was completely forced. "Actually, I'd rather fight." The smile on Tang Tian's face became even more bitter. How long had it been since she received such cold treatment? Before Tang Tian could speak, Long Shou Jing, who had been grabbing onto Tang Tian, stood out without hesitation and said coldly, "First, do you have the right to represent Onyx Soul? Secondly, is Onyx Soul trying to scare my Ursa Major constellation?" Tang Tian, who was already distracted, was already prepared to leave. The pitiful Tang Tian was being squeezed and squeezed by the crowd, Han Towel holding onto his arm tightly, afraid that he would slip away halfway. "Hey, Tang Tian!" Tang Tian rejoiced in his heart. There were still 15 minutes before the agreed time with Jie. If it was the agreed time now, Tang Tian would not care about the Constellation Diplomatic Group. In front of Jie, they were all trash. Scarlett's appearance immediately attracted countless gazes. The crowd surrounding Tang Tian became quiet for a short period of time. "Hello, hello." "Hey, godlike young lad." Countdown, 7.5 minutes. Under Han Towel's pull, Tang Tian appeared with a stiff smile on his face. The warm and sexy voice breathed out like orchids, captivating people's souls. Luckily, Tang Tian did not lose his rationality and knew that it was a banquet. Suddenly, a voice entered his ears. "Just now, I was almost defeated by the demon." So close. Scarlett was extremely beautiful tonight. After meticulously dressing up, her curly blonde hair was contrasted with a blue satin evening dress, like the sparkling golden light of the sun shining on the surface of the water. Her bare shoulders were smooth and white, and her exquisite collarbone was on top of her full breasts, sexy and seductive. Her tightened waist and abdomen outlined the curves of a demon, making people unable to shift their gaze away. Many people were secretly excited. All along, Tang Tian's identity and background were extremely mysterious and no one knew. But Tang Tian's sudden appearance and the speed of his rise caused the whole world to raise their eyebrows. Many people were secretly guessing that Tang Tian's background was definitely big. If not, how could he achieve such a hegemony? Only 7 minutes left. Since young, as long as she revealed a smile, there would be countless people willing to give up everything for her. Her appearance, her beauty, made her the most special person in the world. She could conquer the world. This aura. Gan Hao's eyes were sharp. Seeing that Tang Tian was about to turn and leave, he shouted, "Your Majesty, please wait." She actually failed, although he had just broken free from the dizziness. But his mind was still on the countdown timer. There was only 1 minute 45 seconds left. Tang Tian handled it mechanically. The people in front of him were surging. One after another faces were near and far, causing him to be dazzled. The incessant voices made Tang Tian's head swell, and he was tired of dealing with them. In just a moment, Tang Tian's head was buzzing, he was dizzy, and his mind was in a trance, as though he was in a battlefield, with enemies all around him, surrounding him like a tide. "Because I almost killed you. I really don't have time." Tang Tian desperately tried to explain to Han Towel, "I need to go immediately." Gan Hao squinted his eyes. "Your Majesty, Senior Gui Wu has a sacred position in my Onyx Soul. My Onyx Soul will definitely not sit and watch as Senior Gui Wu's treasures wander outside." Tang Tian had a lingering fear in his heart, but he forced a smile and greeted Scarlett. "Hello, Scarlett." Under the bright lights, the golden light aura and the gloss of the evening gown reflected the light, causing Tang Tian to be unable to see clearly. As the surroundings suddenly became quiet, Scarlett's voice caused Tang Tian, who was muttering, Impulsiveness is the devil, to jump in fright. Gan Hao laughed. Master Shou Jing, why do you say that? I just want to understand. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. But the elders of the Libra constellation diplomatic group's eyes lit up at the same time. They had always been guessing why Ursa Major constellation would have so many treasures, and with Gan Hao's question, they felt that it was possible. Tang Tian, who was held tightly by Han Tao, his entire body froze. He did not dare to use force and could only say, 10 minutes, only 10 minutes, not more than a second. Let's say it first, only 10 minutes. Yes, 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 nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Tang Tian squeezed out a smile, but in his heart he was counting down the time. Killing technique, countdown. No, it's 10 minutes countdown. Tang Tian was already dizzy from all the shaking, and could not recognize who was who. The only thing that was not messed up was silently counting down the time in his heart. Why does time pass so slowly? It caused everyone to make all sorts of guesses. Could it be that Tang Tian and Senior Gui Wu had some relationship? The scene just now fell into everyone's eyes. Mingyu frowned slightly. In truth, Scarlet was truly dazzling, so beautiful that even she was taken aback. But Tang Tian did not even look at her. She looked at Yu Ji beside her. Although Yu Ji's aura was completely different from Scarlet, but Mingyu still had a premonition. The higher-ups idea, the possibility of success was not high. Han Tao's face had the expression of, Master, if you are so determined, I will die to prove my determination. Causing Tang Tian to have a headache, Han Tao was good in everything. But once he was stubborn, even 9 bulls could not pull him back. But she had failed today. Luckily. Senior Gui Wu? Tang Tian subconsciously asked, Is the godlike young lad not feeling well? Scarlet asked with concern. His face seems to be slightly pale. Han Tao resolutely said, I only need your majesty for 10 minutes. Her gaze did not leave Tang Tian for even a moment. Tang Tian, who was feeling dizzy, immediately became much more clear-headed. I wonder if your majesty knows of Senior Gui Wu? The fire-haired man saw Tang Tian's gaze landing on him and bowed. I am Onyx Soul Gan Hao. Such a terrifying battlefield. Tang Tian's eyes lit up with a ray of light. He almost used his killing technique on the shining face in his field of vision. When the slightly absent-minded Tang Tian saw clearly that it was a woman's face, he suddenly reacted and dangerously suppressed the demon in his heart. If it was any other person, Tang Tian would have long beaten the other party to the point of begging for mercy. But Han Tao's body was weak, and Tang Tian usually did not dare to touch her. If he was not careful and Han Tao lost an arm or a leg, then it would be troublesome. Is the big demon coming out? Han Tao interrupted with a look of persistence. I only need 10 minutes, 10 minutes. In such an occasion, if your majesty does not appear, that would be too unreasonable. For such a formal occasion, with so many envoys from the constellations, all of them are important figures of the constellations, and will be extremely important to the development of our Ursa Major constellation in the future. If your majesty does not appear, such slow treatment, no matter what, it will not be justifiable. Han Tao grabbed onto Tang Tian tightly. No matter what, she did not let go. Pai Pa covered her mouth and snickered. Count down 8 minutes. 2 minutes left. I really want to use my killing technique to clear my vision. 1 minute left. Your expression does not look like you are enjoying it. Andre laughed heartily. Among all your majesty greetings, he was the first to call out Tang Tian's name. Both parties had met once, and this made them feel closer. Aha, hello everyone. Her voice was extremely warm and alluring, filled with concern, causing the men to reveal intoxicated expressions. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. That's right, fighting is a man's home. Andre had an understanding expression, and then pushed Scarlet, who was behind him, out. This is my sister, Scarlet! Scarlet bit her lips tightly. She did not dare believe the result. From start to finish, Tang Tian did not even look at her. She had never encountered such a situation before. Tang Tian had not experienced the feeling of passing a day like a year for a long time. The chaotic place was simply torturous. He had decided that he would definitely not participate in any banquets in the future. He would rather train or fight, and definitely not come to such a terrifying place. Andre's striking golden hair entered Tang Tian's vision. It was not easy to meet a familiar person, and Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. "Andre, you're here too!" Chapter 550. Tang Tian's actions, to her, completely lacked basic political knowledge. Crack! Gan Hao's words stopped abruptly. He stared with his eyes wide open, as though he could not believe that Tang Tian actually dared to make a move. He sat on the ground, leaning on the ice coffin, just like 10,000 years ago when he was leaning on the mechanical weapon and chatting with Screw. No, he definitely won't dare to make a move. Tang Tian suddenly stopped and turned, his killing intent surging out like a flood, pouncing towards Gan Hao. Bing did not make a sound. He put down the ice coffin on his back. The poker face that did not have much expression revealed a rarely seen nervous expression. There was actually such a crude and barbaric sovereign king. "Since you are representing Onyx Soul, then we will settle this debt today," Crane said coldly. Very quickly, someone came to clean up, and the banquet started again, but no one present had the mood to eat. Everything that happened in the banquet contained too much information, and they needed time to digest it. Such a terrifying fellow. His figure exploded out, pouncing towards Tang Tian. Gan Hao's face was filled with disbelief. He was grabbed by Tang Tian's hand. Everyone was shocked by Tang Tian's actions. No one would have thought that Tang Tian would actually make a move in the banquet. The strong killing intent instantly enveloped Gan Hao, causing his face to change. Ursa Major Constellation's display of strength, Tang Tian's decisiveness and craziness, Crane's exceptional skills, Ling Su's breathtaking spear, and even the week-long Shoujing's unyielding spirit when facing Onyx Soul's provocation, not retreating. All of these left a deep impression on everyone. Tang Tian coldly spat out the words that no one present understood. He casually threw Gan Hao, who was no longer breathing, to the ground, and turned to leave as though no one was present. He was about to move when the back of his neck tightened. A hand that was like an iron claw grabbed onto his neck. So fast. A voice came out. Crane slowly walked out, attracting everyone's gaze. His usually warm and amiable face was currently filled with killing intent. Tang Tian patted his chest, his face filled with lingering fear. And Ai Yuhong looked at Crane in disbelief, as though she did not recognize Crane. To be honest, she also felt that Tang Tian's behavior was a bit too much. Of course, she could see that Gan Hao was up to no good, but in her opinion, there were enough ways and means to resolve it. There was no need to use such violent methods at all. If he dared to represent Onyx Soul, that would be gambling that Ursa Major Constellation would not dare to declare war with Onyx Soul, and he did not dare to gamble. As an individual, he was in the wrong for today's actions. And Ai Yuhong came to a sudden realization, and a trace of admiration flashed in her eyes. Crane's words were like needles hidden in silk floss. Rather than saying it for Elder Fu to hear, why not say it to everyone present? Scarlet could not believe her eyes. Tang Tian had actually grabbed Gan Hao's neck with one hand and lifted him into the air. Cold sweat trickled down his back. A powerful killing intent enveloped him like a shadow. This fellow was completely intent on killing, but what was he looking at now? That's right, this is Ursa Major Constellation. If it weren't for this guy, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Gan Hao was too greedy for Senior Gue, Wu's remnant, and overestimated himself. Guest? How come I don't remember? When did we invite Onyx Soul to Ursa Major Constellation as a guest? We have not settled the debt with ancient cold cities Tongo, and you guys are already putting on airs and treating yourselves as guests. Crane's tone became even colder, the aura around him becoming unfathomable. Good. Elder Fu laughed in anger. To kill a guest during a banquet, everyone present, this is Ursa Major constellation. The figure in front of him blurred, and he lost sight of Tang Tian. Gan Hao's face finally changed. Tang Tian actually dared to make a move. Ling Su blocked in front of him expressionlessly, his spear tip pointed straight at Elder Fu. But there was one point that was surprisingly consistent. Oh my God! Elder Fu had reached such a position, but he knew that he was completely screwed today. Despicable Gan Hao. Crane's meaning was simple. You guys were not invited by me. You guys came to my door to beg me. Don't think of yourselves as esteemed guests. Andre's face changed, his heart overwhelmed with shock so fast. He was actually unable to capture Tang Tian's movements. Tang Tian was much stronger than when he was in Andromeda constellation, as though he was a completely different person. This guy. Doesn't he know that this will incur the disgust of the various diplomatic groups? Doesn't he know that a little impatience will spoil a great plan? How did he achieve such a hegemony? Scarlet, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. She had attended countless banquets since she was young, and had seen countless open and veiled fights at banquets. However, she had never seen a banquet host, or even a monarch, who would make a move on a guest. Even her father, who was known for his explosive temper, no matter how angry he was, he would not turn hostile on a guest. Ursa Major constellation does not accept any provocation, and Ursa Major constellation does not need to explain anything to anyone. Crane's gaze was cold. Senior Gui Wu's remnant is truly in our hands. If Onyx Soul wants it, it's very simple. Take it from our corpses. There's still 18 seconds. With so many saints releasing their aura at the same time, the entire atmosphere was stifling. He's a man. Everyone's gazes turned to look. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. An unprecedented sense of humiliation enveloped Gan Hao. And Yu Hong almost exclaimed in admiration. If one were to say that Tang Tian's performance did not have any political wisdom, then Prince Crane's performance was the other extreme. The banquet had allowed everyone to see Ursa Major constellation's strength and willpower. Luckily, there's still 2 minutes. It meant that the moment when Tang Tian made his move, she instinctively felt an intense sense of danger. He knew that at that time, if he chose to resist, Ursa Major constellation would not hesitate to kill him. He even knew that Onyx Soul would definitely not become enemies with Ursa Major constellation because of this matter. The reason why he raised the question at the banquet was because he thought that Tang Tian would have some misgivings at the banquet. But he never thought that Tang Tian would actually dare to make things difficult for him in front of so many diplomatic groups. Everyone had not regained their senses from the shock. Elder Fu's words had indeed spoken their thoughts. They had never heard of such a thing before. Good. Elder Fu laughed bitterly. This old man admits defeat. Everything that happened today was all my and Gan Hao's personal actions. It has nothing to do with Onyx Soul. Elder Fu also knew that it was not good. If it truly caused Onyx Soul and Ursa Major constellation to fight, it would not be easy for him to die, he argued forcefully. I am me, Onyx Soul is Onyx Soul. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Tang Tian, who left without turning back. When he heard Elder Fu's words, he did not even turn back and waved his hands to bid farewell. Gan Hao steeled his heart and gathered his remaining strength. Don't tell me His Majesty is guilty. With that said, all the blood vessels in his body ruptured, and in the mist of blood, he fell to the ground. His breathing stopped. Bing looked at the bronze star door and said softly, Screw, we are about to see a Xan. Tang Tian, today's matter is not over. Screw, who was in the ice coffin, did not feel anything. He continued to move his hands tirelessly, his mouth muttering. Onyx Soul Elder Fu was enraged, seeking death. That was Yu Hong's evaluation from the side. But when Crane stood up and said such tyrannical words, she was stunned. She did not find it strange that Tang Tian was a boorish man, but she understood Crane's intelligence, so why would Crane do such a ridiculous thing? No one dared to look down on Ursa Major constellation anymore. a boorish man. But Tang Tian was completely different. He was like an extremely dangerous wild beast. And what triggered the qi in her body was the killing intent released by Tang Tian. The dense killing intent was so dense that it seemed to materialize. Sigh. The entire place was filled with the sound of cold air being sucked in. The mission was a complete failure, and the punishment when they returned was worse than death. Tang Tian left the banquet and immediately entered the martial spirit chamber. He rushed towards the bronze star door like a madman. Beside him, Bing carried a transparent ice coffin. Inside was Screw, who was badly damaged. After Ling Su said that, he turned and left. Ming Yu's face was pale white as she looked at the figure carrying Gan Hao, who was cold and ruthless, compared to the passionate and cheerful Tang Tian of Andromeda Constellation. He was like a completely different person. Seeing Elder Fu coming out, Gan Hao immediately became confident. That's right. Tang Tian would definitely not dare. What does your majesty mean? A cold voice came out. An old man with a gloomy expression came out from the crowd. Although Gan Hao's tone is not right, your majesty has humiliated my onyx soul. Do you really think that my onyx soul is afraid of Ursa Major Constellation? It was an unwritten rule of the upper class, and to ensure the safety of the other party's diplomatic group was also the most basic etiquette of any constellation. That day at the training grounds, when she saw Jing Hao training the fundamental sword techniques, she was deeply shocked. The simplest sword techniques contained a law that directly touched the heart, causing Mingyu to be emotionally moved. Killing Gan Hao would unknowingly offend all the guests and would only let everyone feel that Ursa Major Constellation was arrogant and despotic, and would push Ursa Major Constellation to the opposite side of everyone. The bronze star door's light aura faintly lit up, illuminating the young man's tenderness, illuminating the uncle's gray memories. The moment Tang Tian moved, the qi in Ming Yu's body subconsciously moved. Her heart was overwhelmed with shock. She was born with a sword body and had an extremely strong intuition towards danger. Such an instinctive reaction was completely out of her control, and it was her first time encountering it. As expected, all the guests who were initially unhappy all became silent. Not only did His Highness Crane's words put a label on Elder Fu, it also fixed the matter, and at the same time secretly reminded everyone. All of you must think clearly. All of you are representing your constellations. The faces of the saints who were guarding the surroundings all became gloomy, especially Meng Ta and the other saints who had experienced the battle of ancient Cold City. Their faces were even darker. A silver aura suddenly lit up in his vision. Causing his mind to jump, he subconsciously turned his body and retreated. When Tang Tian reached the bronze star door, the boiling, killing intent in his chest immediately disappeared without a trace. His cold face seemed to have melted like ice and became gentle. Gan Hao forced himself to calm down and continuously encouraged himself in his heart. He does not dare to make a move. He definitely does not dare to make a move. He is just putting on an act. All the esteemed guests who are seated here all represent their respective powerhouses. You are unable to represent Onyx Soul, who let you in. Sneaking into the banquet, provoking His Majesty, you are seeking death. Crane said coldly, just surrender. I do not wish to alarm all the esteemed guests here. We will naturally negotiate with Onyx Soul. Chapter 551. That person saw the flourishing life forms in Heaven's Road, which was completely different from the sacred Saint Galaxy, and was extremely interested. Thus he focused on researching blood meridians and became the Onyx Soul. Jie Shangguan explained. Screw's mumbling suddenly stopped. It was quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly, a hysterical shout came out from the bronze star door. Jie Shangguan said, there are two reasons. One is because the star door has already been marked, and when the time comes, the other party's saint army will flood into Heaven's Road. The other reason is, after 900 years of development, Temple, with the support of the powerhouse behind it, has already grown strong, and the Ecliptic Palace's alliance's strength is unable to hold the advantage. Brother Tian, don't worry. Jie Shangguan said sweetly, "This time in Red Valley we found a complete bronze star door. No matter where we are in the future, we will be able to contact each other." On the other side of the bronze star door, Jie held onto her chin, shaking it, her face filled with gentleness and worship. She did not have the sharpness of an invincible goddess of war, only the infatuation of a young lady in love. So painful. He forgot that he could stand up. He forgot that he could fly. He forgot about this world. It was as if he had returned to the trenches where the flames of war raged. Amidst the deafening explosions, under the interweaving dazzling lights, and amidst the mud, he instinctively crawled forward. 261 set. Many of them are broken. Captain, don't die. Xan, don't die. Little fellow, don't die. Tang Tian's voice came out from behind, causing Xan, who was lying on the ground, to be startled. Comrade. She shook her head. There was no reasoning with a woman who had fallen in love. Why not get rid of Temple first? Tang Tian could not help but ask. After so many years, Heaven's Road has already taken on a new look and has already developed its own inheritance. And about 900 years ago, another saint from the sacred Saint Galaxy found an extremely narrow star door and stepped into Heaven's Road. He was different from the previous 13 saints. This saint had an extremely profound background, and the billions of spirits in Heaven's Road shocked him. He wanted to take Heaven's Road into his pocket, but the star door was extremely narrow and would only open once every 1,000 years, so he established Temple. Jie Shangguan's tone was somewhat gloomy. Hence, the Ecliptic Palace's alliance began to search for the Stargate that their ancestors had been swept into. From the records of their ancestors, the sacred Saint Galaxy was vast and had many powerhouses. They wanted to enter the sacred Saint Galaxy to find the enemies of Temple and obtain support. Xiaoman glanced at him. "If you say anything bad about Master again, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Jie. Not far away, Xian and Xiaoman squatted on the ground. Xian snorted. "Where's your imposing manner?" Where was the imposing manner of an adult? Why is it that when I talk to that rascal, my lord doesn't have any imposing manner? This is too embarrassing. Southern Cross Army, advance. Behind the bronze star door, Bing was sobbing silently. Tang Tian felt that his common sense was completely subverted. Even Bing, who was smiling at the side, was shocked. At the same time, Xan, who was behind Jie Shangguan, also stood up with a shocked expression. Xan. Screw. Why do you want to die alone? Everyone said that we will charge together, fight together, and die together on the battlefield. You all said that you will not leave me behind. Xian's face had a perfect contact with the ground, and he was smashed to the ground by Xiaoman. Tang Tian instantly forgot about the entire world. What Heaven's Road, what war, everything, he had completely forgotten about it. He laughed foolishly, and like a dead man, he told everything that had happened to him to Jie. He slapped the ground with all his might and cried out loud. "I don't want to run. I must definitely flatten Temple. The joints are severely damaged. Give me the number 3 joint. Everyone move faster. Hold on, don't fall." Bang! Xian, who was sprawled on the ground, stared blankly at the soil. His mind was blank. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. He was stunned by the news. The 12 Ecliptic Palaces are actually formed like that. Xiaoman, who was behind her, raised her eyebrows in the battle at Red Valley. Their war spirit army had lost over 30% of their strength, and it was the most intense battle she had ever experienced. So it's like that. Tang Tian scratched his head. He was enlightened. He had always felt weird. Why was the Southern Cross bronze plate on him? Tang Tian was shocked by Jie's saint army. He asked, "Why are there so many saints in the sacred Saint Galaxy?" "Commander." "Xian, I am Bing." A trembling voice came out from the bronze star door. Jie Shangguan's description seemed to have lifted the veil of history, all for the sake of a bronze star door. Xiaoman glared at him, and Xian immediately shut his mouth. The violent woman was capable of doing anything. The star door started to mumble. It was intermittent, but it was extremely familiar. "Screw. The exact year when Temple was established is not clear. Although Temple is unable to open the star door, but it has always been connected to the sacred saint galaxy. They established the Honorable Martial Alliance, using the name of fighting against Onyx Sol. They quickly infiltrated into every corner of the constellation. The 12 ecliptic palaces are the descendants of the 12 saints. After they investigated the origins of the Honorable Martial Alliance, they felt an immense danger because there is not much time left before the star door opens again. The familiar voice that came from the other side of the bronze star door overlapped with the innocent and tender face of the little brat in his memories. Jie Shangguan's words caused Bing to stand up, his face filled with shock. "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. If I leave, who will help you? I'm not dead, Xan, you lied to me. I've searched the entire Sea of Exile, but there's nothing." Because the commander of the Southern Cross Army also came from the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and he is Uncle's spirit general. That year, the most important mission of the Southern Cross Army was to protect the Star Door. Uncle met him on the way to find clues about the Star Door. Brother Tian's Southern Cross bronze plate was made by him. "Wait a minute, where's the other person?" He immediately reacted. He crawled towards the two figures with all his might. The trembling voice pierced through the ears. It was dyed with the vicissitudes of life. But the familiar voice did not change at all. All of the gray memories suddenly pulled him into an unforgettable period of time. Xian felt as though he was struck by lightning. He stopped. He raised his head, his tears blurring everything. But he could clearly see, so clearly not far from the trenches, Screw was in the middle of a pile of broken mechanical weapons, his face filled with worry, frantically repairing them, his mouth muttering. Brother Tian's father found the Star Door, but a traitor appeared in the Ecliptic Palace's alliance. He was ambushed by the temple and was heavily injured. He did not return to the Ecliptic Palace's alliance, but closed the Gemini constellation and hid in an unknown place to recuperate. When his injuries were better, he brought his spirit general and headed to the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Master is injured. Xiao Man's gaze landed on Jie Shangguan's right arm, which was covered in blood. Xiao Man's eyes turned red. She wanted to help him, but Jie, who was covering her mouth with tears, extended his hand to stop her. Xiao Man's heart was filled with regret. Why did I throw him just now? Xen, who was sprawled on the ground, his body trembling like a sieve, both of his hands digging into the mud, his eyes instantly becoming blurry. His tears were like a river bursting through a dam, washing away the mud on his face. Causing it to become wet, it was ugly and dirty, but he did not feel anything. Tang Tian, who could not wait, saw the light aura light up and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Screw!" And then Tang Tian was completely captivated. The young lady's sweet and gentle voice was the most beautiful voice in the world. "Temple, Jie, how can we meet up?" "Let's go to the Sacred Saint Galaxy together," Tang Tian said. "That's great. Then we can meet up in the Sacred Saint Galaxy," Tang Tian said with concern. "Jie, if you meet with danger, don't try to be brave." "Jie, what exactly is inside the sextant?" Senior Cangyang Yu said that there are coordinates inside. "And who exactly is that asshole?" Tang Tian asked the question that had been accumulating in his heart for a long time. "Asshole." Tang Tian punched the ground heavily. He clenched his teeth. His chest was filled with rage. This sentence again. Xian mumbled. "Brother Tian, let's meet up in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. I also have a star door that leads to the Sacred Saint Galaxy." Jie Shanghai Guan said something shocking. Tang Tian was startled. "Xiao Ran, are you thinking of your lover?" A face appeared in front of her. It was Xen. Jie Shanghai Guan replied. "The markings inside the sextant are the coordinates that lead to the Sacred Saint Galaxy's star door. Brother Tian's father is the master of Gemini constellation." Screw! Xian is over there. He is over there. He can definitely hear your voice. Xian's eyes were blurred with tears, As though he was struck by lightning, he crawled towards the bronze star door with all his might. His entire body was covered in mud. His tears uncontrollably fell onto the mud in front of him, wetting the mud and staining his body. Saint, Temple. Tang Tian was completely stunned. Temple, wasn't that the Honorable Martial Alliance? Xian was like a prawn covered in mud, his body trembling. Bing, who was not far away, listened to Tang Tian vividly describing how powerful he was, how he killed in all directions, and could not help but smile. What a naive fellow. I found Screw. I said I wanted to meet you, no, to hear your voice. Sacred Saint Galaxy? What place is that? Tang Tian was startled. He was not surprised that the asshole was the master of Gemini constellation. When Sanyang Yu said that the sextants I was a coordinate, he was thinking, could it be the entrance to Gemini constellation? Never did he expect it to be a place he had never heard of before. Spanner, Spanner, give me a spanner. Hurry, hurry, damn it, move faster. Brat. Tang Tian's chest was moving up and down. He only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to go to the Sacred Saint Galaxy. In front of the bronze star door, Tang Tian had too many suspicions. Qian Hui, do you have a spirit general called Xian under you? He seems to be Uncle Bing's comrade. Jie shook his head. I am not too sure about the specifics. I only know that the world of the Sacred Saint Galaxy is completely different from ours. Saints are very common there. Even Onyx Soul. Through her blurry eyes, there were two familiar figures in front of her. Big Brother Tian. I do not know much about the Sacred Saint Galaxy. What I know is that the inheritance of the 12 ecliptic palaces originated from the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The Sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road do not interfere with each other. Before the ancient times, there were 13 saints who accidentally entered a star door and entered Heaven's Road. At that time, the constellations had not been formed yet, and the 12 saints were overjoyed. Each of them chose a place with the densest star power, combed the star power, revolved the stars, and the ancient 12 ecliptic palaces were formed, and this gradually formed the structure of the 12 ecliptic palaces. Chia explained. Chapter 552. I'll go too. Jing Hao's face turned green. He had feelings for the Honorable Martial Alliance, but he was still a Heaven's Road person. If what Tang Tian said was true, then the Honorable Martial Alliance's final goal was to destroy Heaven's Road, and he would definitely not let that happen. Bing told Sai Lei to pull Libra Constellation onto the pirate ship. Oh no, to pull them onto the war chariot! Everyone shuddered. The word saint, ever since it was born, had never been associated with the number 5,000. Everyone present could not imagine the army formed by 5,000 saints. How terrifying would that be? No one doubted Tang Chao's words. Could it be that this godlike young lad also had the potential to become an unscrupulous businessman? Oh my, wait till I return from the Sacred Saint Galaxy. I must definitely develop it properly. I wonder what request your side has. The experienced and prudent elder Shao secretly restrained the joy in his heart and asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Sai Lei's point of view was earth-shattering, causing all the elders to be dumbstruck. But thinking about it, Sai Lei's train of thought was not wrong at all. It was truly a huge profit. The elders of Libra Constellation's envoy group were all smiling, as though they had picked up a treasure. Sai Lei's move was too beautiful. Even if Libra Constellation knew it was a trap, they had no choice but to jump in. If he did not jump, naturally there would be others who would. The first to visit was the Libra Constellation's envoy group. Tang Tian brought Sai Lei. That asshole. Don't die. I still want to tie you up and bring you to my mother's grave. Who cares what Sacred Saint Galaxy he is? I will stab him to death. Ling Su snorted and added, So what if there are many saints? There are no saints that cannot be stabbed to death. By the side, Tang Tian was completely subdued by Sai Lei's spectacular performance. This lady did not even bat an eyelid when she lied to people. I never thought that outside of Heaven's Road, there would be such a mystical place. Crane said leisurely, Just the description alone makes people yearn for it. Sai Lei's sudden big meat pie smashed all the elders of Libra constellation into a daze. All of them understood the value of the research. Tang Tian subconsciously clenched his fists. Sai Lei's expression became solemn. Mechanical weapons have martial spirits, and thus we have our current mechanical spirit weapons. Then can the martial spirits of mechanical spirit weapons be upgraded to spirit domains? Do not offend Sai Lei. Ling Su's domineering words immediately gained everyone's approval. Tang Tian's mouth suddenly opened up. He thought of Little Crane, Little Su, Big Brother Jing Hao, and everyone else. He was very lucky. His brothers were not any worse off than Uncle Bing and the rest. All of their faces were filled with shock. The sacred Saint Galaxy's matter was something that they had never heard of before. If what Tang Tian said was true, then Honorable Martial Group and Temple were existences that caused everyone's hair to stand on end. That's the gist of the situation. Tang Tian narrated the information he got from Qian Hui. Sai Lei's humble expression made everyone present excited. It was as if they were witnessing a brand new era slowly unfolding in front of them. Speaking of which, he was still the best. He had bought Sai Lei at such a cheap price back then. In the end, it was Sai Lei who had delivered herself to his doorstep while crying. Just like that, he had obtained a master engineer. For this idea, we have invested a lot of energy. Sai Lei's beautiful face was deadly serious. She was completely lying. But no one would question it. She was now the #1 engineer grandmaster, and no one had a greater say than her in the field of mechanical techniques. Bing did not object and continued, "The rest will be the same." Tang Chou commanded the army, completing the replenishment and upgrade of the army, and every army had to be equipped with saints. As for how many saints each army has, Chou, you have to calculate it and then study the tactics. Pai Pa and Han Towel will be in charge of the internal affairs. Ding Man, don't stop with the Big Dipper plan. As for our strategy during this period of time, we won't take the initiative to provoke them, but there's no need for us to retreat. Our army is no longer weak, but our final enemy is the Honorable Martial Alliance. They're also the enemy of all the constellations, so we need to unite all of them. Libra constellation and our Ursa major constellation have the same goal. To both parties, it is an extremely good foundation for cooperation. We are extremely willing to share our newest achievements in the field of mechanical techniques with the Libra constellation. Could it be that Grandmaster had a breakthrough? Elder Hua could not help but ask with a trembling voice. If Sai Lei's point of view was truly realized, it would definitely change the world. Thinking about that, Elder Xiao immediately slapped the table. Good! Grandmaster has such lofty aspirations. Our Libra constellation will act as assistants and follow Grandmaster to eat. We definitely have no objections. In Ursa major constellation's most secret meeting room, Crane, Ling Su, Jing Hao, Pai Pa, Bell, Han Towel, Tang Chou, Sai Lei, and the rest, the core members of Ursa major constellation, were all present. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. The banquet had just ended, and Tang Tian suddenly called for such a high-level meeting, causing everyone to feel that something was amiss. He said solemnly, "If the Honorable Martial Alliance is trying to invade Heaven's Road, I will personally destroy it." Bing raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Bing looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian nodded his head without hesitation. "All right, Big Brother Jing will join us." The Libra Constellation Diplomatic Group did not have any leeway to reject, although Sai Lei said that they could join any time. But the group of old fellows were very clear that only Ursa Major Constellation had the ability to research on the project, and there were many others who could provide saints. There were not many saints in Libra Constellation in the 12 ecliptic palaces, so we have to go to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Tang Tian said, "Only by going to the sacred Saint Galaxy can we understand. Only then can we find a way to deal with the temple." In any constellation, saints were forever the most important power and resource. The more saints that joined, the closer Libra constellation would be to Ursa Major constellation. I want to go too. We wish to invite your side to participate in this research, and the final results will be shared by both of us. If the star door truly opened, I will go too. Tang Tian dared to confirm that Sai Lei would definitely squeeze Libra constellation dry. No matter how stupid Tang Tian was, he knew that Libra constellation had already been pulled onto Ursa Major Constellation's pirate ship. Oh, wrong again, it's the War Chariot. Sai Lei came up with such a plan. Uncle Bing was truly brimming with fighting spirit. No worries, I will go back first and plan properly. Uncle Bing's voice was still hoarse. His poker face revealed an indescribable fighting intent. He carried the ice coffin and carried it on his back without turning his head. Screw! Let's go to the sacred Saint Galaxy together. XIN, that bitch wants to stand us up. Let's beat him up together. The bronze star door's light aura gradually dimmed. The atmosphere was tense. Sai Lei's words immediately made all the clan elders smile. Ursa Major Constellation's strong performance at the banquet made them extremely worried. If Ursa Major Constellation was not willing to sell their mechanical techniques, they could not do anything about it. Even Onyx Soul did not dare to start a war with Ursa Major Constellation. So Libra Constellation did not even have the guts. Seeing Bing's disappearing figure, Tang Tian felt a lot of emotions. Today's scene had given him a huge shock. That was a true brother. Sacred Saint Galaxy. The fighting intent in Tang Tian's eyes soared. This young man was not afraid at all. Mechanical Saint. Elder Shao was completely stunned by Sai Lei's words. It was not only him. All the clan elders were shocked. Seeing the expressions of the clan elders, Tang Tian knew that Sai Lei's suggestion was something that Libra Constellation was unable to reject. As long as one had some knowledge of mechanical techniques, they would understand the value of the proposal. If it was any other person who suggested it, they would be seen as a fool. But the one who suggested it was Sai Lei, the current number one in mechanical techniques, and the proposal was extremely attractive. Request. Sai Lei chuckled. She was extremely flirtatious. Causing all the clan elders to be stunned, she continued, Let me first talk about my views on mechanical techniques. Now, everyone has already acknowledged the mechanical martial artists, and similarly the mechanical armies, but they're all middle-level strength. Until now, not a single mechanical saint has appeared. Elder Shao forced himself to calm down, his tone changing. Why? What mechanical saint? Sai Lei and the rest have not even started. Sai Lei's expression became solemn. Because of the saints we have discovered in our research to transform the mechanical spirit weapon's martial spirit into a spirit domain, we need saints to participate. Our research requires a large number of saints to participate. Everyone knows that our Ursa Major Constellation does not have many saints, and most of them have to be allocated to armies, and the rest have their own missions. I have discussed with His Majesty. We feel that Libra Constellation is a trustworthy partner, and this is a win-win cooperation. Of course, if your side has any doubts, it is fine. We can first find other constellations to cooperate with, and your side can look at the progress, and then choose a suitable time to join in. The other clan elders were all smiles. Tang Tian was deep in thought. Everyone can fight shoulder to shoulder. We can leave our backs to our opponents. We can die together. Tang Tian suddenly admired himself. And Sai Lei's excuse was very reasonable. We do not have many saints. If we had many saints, it would not be your turn. If the sacred Saint Galaxy is truly filled with saints, and Temple has a backer behind them, then we will definitely not be able to stop them. Tang Chao's tone was extremely calm. I have calculated when the number of saints exceeds 5,000, the war will be in a different state. We have no chance of winning. Such an army. No, we do not need an army. Just a group of 5,000 saints. No one in Heaven's Road can stop them. If it was the tyrant of the Aquarius constellation, forget about the saints, they would even agree to the expenses. Ursa Major Constellation needs to defend. He said solemnly, if the Honorable Martial Alliance truly wants to occupy Heaven's Road, then they will definitely think of ways to stop us. Ursa Major Constellation is our foundation, and they will definitely attack Ursa Major Constellation. This time, our main mission to the Sacred Saint Galaxy is to scout. We need to understand, what is the Sacred Saint Galaxy like, what powerhouses there are, and who is the powerhouse behind Temple. So the quality is more important than the quantity. Tang Tian, Ling Su, and Crane will do. Under Uncle Bing's guidance, Tang Tian started to visit the various diplomatic groups. There is a slight problem. Tang Tian looked at Uncle Bing, whose eyes were red, his poker face full of tears, and asked with concern, "Uncle, are you all right?" Chapter 553. Aren't you going in to take a look? Crane looked at Tang Tian. Out of all of them, he was the first to regain his senses and started to think about some practical problems. Being floated out from Tang Tian's body, if you are not a saint, you will not be able to pass through this void. The four of them did not fly, it was a border planet, and those who could fly were absolute experts. They sat in an extremely unremarkable carriage, flying at a low altitude. Everyone nodded their heads. Tang Tian was right. They were all walking the path of the zero-energy body, and the spirit domains they cultivated were completely different from ordinary saints. Crane and Jing Hao revealed the same expression. They were also confused. After flying for 6 days, the four of them were slightly tired. They all took out star rocks and replenished their energy. Their method of replenishing energy was extremely unique. As long as they broke the star rocks, the drifting energy would be absorbed into their eyebrows and directly enter the spirit domain. Jing Hao nodded his head. We are walking on a brand new path, and everything needs to be explored. The sages of the past painstakingly explored it, and now it is our turn. The rest of them seemed to have awoken from a dream. Sexton's eye in the distance was only a small light. The four of them immediately activated their bodies and flew towards Sexton's eye. The four of them were extremely fast and quickly caught up to Sexton's eye. They turned around to look behind them at the place they had just passed through. A star door was floating in the void. Tang Tian immediately raised his hand. Of course, it is called Tang Domain. Tang Tian suddenly had a thought. What if we add a spirit technique to our spirit domain to purify and temper true power? Crane laughed bitterly. I don't think so. Roughly 20 minutes later, I suddenly flew out of the water, and Tang Tian and the rest immediately leapt out of the water. The surroundings were pitch black, but to Tang Tian and the rest it was as bright as day. What surprised everyone was that Ursa Major Constellation did not form an alliance with Leo Constellation, which made the Honorable Martial Alliance heave a sigh of relief. The original plan of the Honorable Martial Alliance to conquer Ursa Major Constellation was immediately shelved and switched to attacking Leo Constellation. It was already extremely strenuous for the Honorable Martial Alliance to fight against 2 Ecliptic Palace grade constellations and to fight against 3 Ecliptic Palace grade constellations at the same time. That was simply foolish. Entering the valley, the sexton's eye in Tang Tian's hand suddenly lit up. In the void, there was very little energy and there was no air. Moreover, without the flight technique, it would be difficult to move an inch. Jing Hao laughed. I think, since we are trained with zero energy bodies, let's call it zero domain. Tang Tian said nonchalantly, then we'll make one. Tang Tian suddenly said, actually this place is very suitable for us zero energy bodies. Tang Tian was mercilessly suppressed, and Jing Hao's suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. Even saints do not have it easy. Jing Hao said, the energy here is so thin, the saints' true power consumption will be huge, and they also need to prevent the true power from flowing out. The valley was much larger than they had expected. What a show-off! Ling Su snorted, his face filled with disdain. Around them was an endless void, a vast sea of rocks, appearing right in front of them. Every stone was of different shapes and sizes. They were densely packed as they floated in the air. It suddenly struggled free from Tang Tian's hand. The sexton's eye suddenly lit up and dimmed. Suddenly it quickly spun, flying deep into the valley. The four of them were roused and followed closely behind. Although the sexton's eye was extremely fast, but to the four of them it was nothing. The trees here were all extremely tall. The sunlight was unable to penetrate through the dense and thick canopy, and the air was filled with the smell of rotting leaves. But there were many spies here, and all the big powerhouses were extremely curious about Tang Tian's background. Everyone became excited. It should be an underground, karst cave. The sexton's eyes' light aura flickered. It flew forward again, making many turns. After about 10 li, the sound of rushing water came out. The river water flowed out from the rocks. The water flow was extremely rapid. Obviously, there was an underground river. When Libra constellation and Ursa Major constellation announced at the same time that both parties were researching on the newest mechanical spirit weapons, the entire heavens road was shaken once again. The alliance between the two magnates officially announced that Ursa Major constellation had stepped into the ranks of the top tyrants. Compared to saints who needed to use their meridians to absorb energy, it was much more convenient and effective. But Tang Tian's body no longer had any energy, and the energy was directly stored in the spirit domain. Before them, no one had ever used the spirit domain to store energy, because the energy would corrode the spirit domain. But after Tang Tian and the rest's martial spirits had transformed into energy, they were like Tang Tian and the rest's bodies. They were not corroded by the energy, but instead became the best vessel to store energy. Although Wu and Star was already under the control of Ursa Major constellation, they were extremely proud of Tang Tian, the local martial artist. And it was the hometown of the Bear King, so there were many martial artists from Ursa Major constellation. Tang Tian's mother's grave had specialized martial artists guarding it. Our energy consumption is very small. All of you are enlightened on laws. I have a feeling that the void is very suitable for our battlefield. Tang Tian said, Ling Su, since you said that, I will consider it as you automatically forfeiting. Tang Tian said happily. The four of them were startled and immediately rushed towards the stone wall without hesitation. There was no feeling of obstruction, as though they were passing through the air. The four of them only felt their vision blurring and were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. Tang Tian and the rest could feel that they were continuously descending. Just as Heaven's Road was digesting the alliance, Tang Tian and the rest had already disappeared. Crane saw that the two of them were about to fight again and immediately asked, Then what name should we give it? I feel that the road we are walking on now is at the end of the Heaven Ascension Stairs, the so-called Upper Dantian? Crane spoke out the question that he had been thinking about for a long time. In the past, when we trained, the Dantian would form step by step, and the final destination would be the upper Dantian between the eyebrows. Since ancient times, everyone had guessed what was at the end of Heaven's Road, and everyone had placed their focus on the other end of Heaven's Road. Little Fool also floated out. His face was filled with shock. Such a vast and majestic world was presented in front of them, and humans would always lament how small they were, like dust. The sexton's eye in his hand was as agile as a fish. Following closely behind the sexton's eye, the four of them swam along the underground river, and very quickly their vision darkened. The underground river once again entered the ground. Very quickly, the four of them regained their spirit. The vast sea of rocks caused everyone's expression to congeal. They had never seen such a place before, and no one knew if there were any dangers inside. There's such a spirit technique? Ling Su could not help but ask. Crane suddenly became extremely excited. I know. The place that we just passed is the end of Heaven's Road. Wu and Star is already the edge of the horizon. Crane raised his eyebrow. I am a salty person. Just at that moment, the sexton's eye suddenly shot into the stone wall and disappeared. Why, are we going to fight? Ling Su stared at him. Tang Tian shook his head. Not going to watch. If we win, it won't be too late to watch then. Tang Tian was the first to react. Chase after the sexton's eye! The sexton's eye dove into the water. The four of them did not hesitate, and dove into the water at the same time. The body's meridians and dantian's capacity was limited, but the spirit domain's capacity was much larger. Ling Su said straightforwardly, "Let's fight first." Tang Tian never thought that the sexton's eye's coordinates would actually be Wuan Star. There were too many familiar people in Star Wind City. If they were to be recognized, then it would be a huge problem. For ordinary saints, the spirit domain was in charge of controlling energy, and the energy stored was still in the body. That's right, that's right. Tang Tian nodded his head and said excitedly, "Since our spirit domain is a brand new spirit domain, then should we give it a new name?" "Mine is also 5 to 6 times stronger than before," Crane said. "But the energy inside is not as pure as true power, since it has not been purified and tempered through the meridians." The carriage's speed was not fast, and after flying for 3 days and 3 nights, under the guidance of the sexton's eye, they arrived at an extremely desolate valley. There was nothing special about the valley, and was no different from any other valley, with dense vegetation and overgrown vines. One look and one could tell that no one had been here for a long time. "This scene is truly spectacular," Jing Hao could not help but exclaim. In the void, the concept of time and space would often become very blurry. Sextons I dove into the sea of rocks. The four of them followed closely behind, and without hesitation, they flew into the sea of rocks. Flying closer, the vastness of the sea of rocks was even more shocking. The current Star Wind City was extremely prosperous. Especially Caramel Academy, it had become the most famous academy in the nearby planets. The standards of the teachers were obviously much higher than the other academies, and the surrounding students were attracted by its reputation. The others were startled. The four of them were dumbstruck. The big rocks were like mountains, while the small rocks were only the size of mung beans. They quietly floated in the void, like a gigantic barrier blocking their path. "That's right, this is disadvantageous to us," Crane said solemnly. "There are so many saints in the sacred Saint Galaxy. This void to them is not a problem at all. And we don't have that many saints." "That's right." Ling Su, who had been quiet the entire time, frowned. "The energy is not pure enough. It is slightly awkward to use. The power is much weaker, and it is more difficult to control. For your father to actually be able to find this place, he is truly too powerful." Ling Su was in awe. He was already completely confused. Jing Hao's eyes lit up. "This is an interesting idea." They felt that the sea of rocks was right in front of them, but they did not expect that after flying for 6 days, they would only reach the edge of the sea of rocks. There was no air in the void, so there was no resistance when they flew, and their speed became extremely fast, so fast that they did not even dare to imagine it in the past. After flying for 6 days, the distance was unimaginable. Crane's words are reasonable. Jing Hao nodded his head. But no one has ever successfully trained in the heaven stairs before. In theory, I feel that it is very close. The capacity of the spirit domain is much bigger than the meridians and dantian pools. It is equivalent to an inner space. The energy in my sword spirit is 5 times more than before. The other two were also attracted by Tang Tian's idea. Crane's eyes lit up. Although it will take up spirit value, but to be able to obtain pure energy like true power, it is still worth it. "Everyone be careful," Jing Hao said solemnly. The spirit techniques of the spirit domain were used to control energy. If the energy was not pure enough, the difficulty of controlling it would be very high, and it would also affect the power of the spirit technique. Chapter 554. I have them here too, but they are not metal particles, but some black sand. Tang Tian's fists were like the wind. His fists were enveloped in the red devil flame. The devil flame that William left behind was never used by Little Fool, and was left in Tang Tian's body, becoming Tang Tian's best weapon. The others were visibly moved when they heard this. To Little Fool, who was a picky perfectionist with obsessive-compulsive disorder, To leave behind an object that was only a memento and had no practical value was something that was hard to accept. One big and one small spirit domain gave birth to countless transformations. The sturdy rocks in front of the black figures were like tofu, easily pierced through, leaving behind a thumb-sized hole. Tang Tian and the rest's faces changed. They then understood where the densely packed holes on the rocks came from. The formless undulation was able to disturb the state of mind. Crane had tried it before. It was completely different from other illusion-type spirit techniques, as it directly affected the state of mind, and was even harder to defend against. Tang Tian might as well create a layer of fire screen around his body. It was as though the weird postures were filled with a power that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Before he finished speaking, a jet black figure suddenly shot out from the densely packed black figures, pouncing towards them like rain. The only strange thing was none of the black worms pounced towards Little Fool. A pearl on top of Little Fool's head slowly rotated, releasing a light screen that enveloped Little Fool. The inheritance of the sect originated from the Far East, and after the death of the ancestor, no one was able to truly explain the profoundness behind it. When the black figures entered the silver aura, they exploded into pieces. The vast and boundless sea of rocks was not safe at all. "Look at that rock!" Crane exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. "Be careful, there's something weird." Tang Tian's intuition was the sharpest. As though something was spying on them, he immediately warned them. These black worms were slightly longer than fingers. Their entire bodies were black and shiny, with a metallic luster. Their bodies were segmented and could bend at will. And when these segmented bodies bent, it was like a spring being bent, filled with astonishing power. The moment they came into contact with the rock, their bodies would bend, and like a spring, they would pull on the rock. Using this force, their bodies would shoot out, leaving a finger-thick but extremely deep hole in the rock. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this kind of mysterious and primitive dance had shocking power. At that time, he then understood the Crane sect had many techniques like the Crane dance, which he had long seen through. So Little Fool spent a lot of effort to refine Yaya's umbrella. The simple and unadorned sword move pierced the black worm. The black worm's incomparably hard body was split into two from the middle. The cut surface was extremely smooth. Jing, how methodically sliced, opened the black worms with a sword again and again. His actions were extremely fast. As long as the devil flame touched the black insects, it would be like maggots on bones, burning the black insects' bodies continuously until the black insects' bodies were completely burned. Pu. Soon, this swarm of black insects was completely wiped out. The powerful chi of the forceful subjugating bead. Even the black insects that did not have any intelligence and only knew how to kill did not dare to come close. The four of them stopped. The victory did not make them happy at all. On the contrary, everyone's faces were gloomy. The black insects were not weak. They had just entered the sea of rocks and had already met them, causing everyone's heart to be shrouded in a layer of haze. Little Fool's reaction was the fastest. Yaya's umbrella suddenly blocked in front of the four of them. A faint light aura lit up from the umbrella, transforming into a light barrier. Yaya's umbrella had long been destroyed in the battle with the Temple Saints, and with Yaya's current spirit value, Yaya's umbrella was no longer useful. If it was the past Little Fool, he would have long thrown this pile of trash away, but Yaya had saved him, so he reluctantly kept it. The black shadows were like raindrops being thrown away by the umbrella, entering the surrounding rocks. Immediately a series of piu sounds that could not be heard came out incessantly. But Tang Tian and the rest were all battle-hardened. After the initial shock, they quickly regained their senses. The first to counterattack was Ling Su. He gently rubbed his palms, releasing countless silver auras in the air. The crane sword in Crane's hand was unsheathed, releasing a clear crane cry, causing everyone's spirit to be roused. In the blink of an eye, countless of insect corpses that were sliced into two floated around him. Little Fool took a deep breath and suddenly rotated the umbrella handle. Different from Crane's ethereal and mysterious sword, Jing Hao's sword, every move and form, was as clear as a ruler. His sword techniques were obviously not fast, neither slow nor fast, but the black shadows that were as fast as lightning were unable to struggle free from his sword images. Of course, to the current Crane, those were still too profound. The ethereal figures that appeared in front of him from time to time caused him to be deeply attracted to them. Around Tang Tian floated many rice-sized black metal grains. Tang Tian picked up a black gold grain, his face full of surprise. "So hard, I thought the devil flame would be able to melt it. Never did I expect it to not melt." Everyone then saw clearly all the black shadows were actually black insects. Crane's sword techniques were not for competition, but for sacrificial weapons. Such enlightenment made Crane not know whether to laugh or to cry, and he could not learn other spirit techniques, and could only comprehend them himself. The three of them became even more vigilant. They had considerable trust in Tang Tian's intuition. Although crazy Tang Tian was usually unreliable, but on the battlefield, Tang Tian's judgment was rarely wrong. Even the slightly arrogant Little Fool became careful. Towards the Fool's beast-like intuition, he had experienced it deeply. There was still a long way to go, and no one knew what kind of dangers they would encounter. Suddenly, Tang Tian exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. If we were to say that Jing Hao's spirit domain was an extremely rare sword spirit, then Sun Mo Crane's spirit domain was even more mysterious and unfathomable. Even Crane himself did not expect that after training according to the Heavenly Crane sword principle, what he was training was not sword techniques, but a type of sacrificial ceremony. But this kind of power only made him more excited. Drunk on saint blood in his hands, was tamed and docile. The brilliance was reserved, without a bit of bloodthirsty aura. As far as the eye could see, it was all rocks, dead silence. The current Crane was in a daze, like an illusion. His dancing figure was like smoke, blurry and indistinct. The concentrated and crisp sounds of impact came out from the umbrella. At the same time, an astonishing power came out. Little Fool's face changed. Tang Tian's words immediately reminded Crane. Crane carefully looked around, his eyes lit up. All the black insects that he thought were destroyed by the wind left behind many fine black sand. If not for Tang Tian's reminder, he would not have noticed the black sand. Pa. He did not only have one spirit domain, but two. One was the spirit domain in between his eyebrows, and the other was the Crane sword in his hand. In the past, he always thought that the Crane sword was the saint treasure of the Heavenly Crane constellation, but now he understood it was a weapon brought by his ancestor from the east, and his ancestor used his supreme power to make the Heavenly Crane constellation belong to the sword. Tang Tian was still far from truly gaining enlightenment on the devil flame, but he could already control it to a certain degree. Be careful! Tang Tian's face suddenly changed. He had never seen such a black insect crane in any ancient records. The front of its pincer-like mouth was like two extremely sharp blades. And what made people afraid was that the two blades could vibrate at an extremely high frequency. The hard rocks in front of such sharp weapons were as soft as tofu. Ding, ding, ding. The black insects did not have high intelligence. Upon being swept by the formless ripples, their bodies immediately became stiff and they lost control. Fighting head-on was his favorite way of fighting. Without hesitation, his body moved along with his spear, and another silver aura exploded in front of him, enveloping the incoming black figure. Only then did he deeply understand. The Crane's sex inheritance was vast and profound. It was not ordinary. Even though he was a saint, he originally thought that with his understanding of energy, his understanding of laws, he should be able to understand the absolute techniques of the sect. But what he did not expect was he realized that there were still many things that he did not understand. Chi. Hearing Crane's words, Jing Hao and Ling Su looked at each other without saying a word. They collected all the floating insect corpses. Although they did not understand the use of the black gold, but it was obvious. The black figures that were scattered all around once again pounced towards Tang Tian and the rest from all directions. It was definitely a good thing. Flying into the sea of rocks, everyone was extremely careful. Tang Tian controlled Sexton's eye, not allowing it to fly too fast. The new Yaya umbrella focused on its defensive capabilities, and Little Fool did not care about the cost. Adding the Honorable Marshal Cauldron, the new Yaya umbrella's defensive capabilities were extremely outstanding. Tang Tian spent a lot of time to comprehend William's imprints. All of them were fragments of laws. They did not have any energy, they were just pure fragments. From a certain perspective, the devil flame left behind by Tang Tian was no longer a complete devil flame. It was missing a portion of energy. Tang Tian's devil flame was extremely powerful, although Tang Tian did not understand what kind of flame it was, but it was definitely a type of law flame. Any type of law flame's power was much stronger than ordinary flames, something that even law flames could not burn. Fast as lightning, everyone's gaze followed Crane's direction and landed on an unremarkable rock. The rock was densely packed, like a beehive of holes, causing everyone's hair to stand. The black figures were extremely fast, to the point that it was hard for the naked eye to catch them. The black insects were like flying insects flying into the fire, pouncing into the screen of fire. Yaya Umbrella retreated step by step. The powerful force caused sparks to fly out, lighting up the dark void. Forceful, subjugating bead. But William did not expect that his devil flame, after removing the portion of energy, would actually become even more powerful. It had become a unique and different type of law flame. Ling Su was excited. The power of the black figures was much stronger than what he had imagined. His body was pushed back by the powerful force. The crane sword in Crane's hand brushed past like the wind. The umbrella's surface quickly spun. The intense rotation immediately caused the power attacking the umbrella's surface to bounce out. The black insects were like wind, quickly collapsing and disintegrating. The concentrated sound of explosions came out from his silver rain like spear auras. This type of black insect, I have never seen any records of it before. Crane grabbed one of the insect corpses, placed it in front of his eyes, and carefully inspected it. The black insect's outer shell was extremely tough. Even with Crane's strength, he was actually unable to break the metallic outer shell. It originated from the dance of the Eastern shamans. Whoosh! His body moved like a black crane dancing. The long sword danced in the air, displaying a strange posture. A formless ripple, with Crane as the center, suddenly dispersed out. All of the black figures that were swept by the formless ripple became sluggish. Chapter 555. The stone on Yaya's forehead suddenly lit up with a faint light aura. The black stone started to melt like ice, and Yaya's bulging stomach quickly disappeared. Tang Tian, who was initially overjoyed, immediately felt guilty. It can't be. The calm and peaceful white, honorable martial light flame enveloped the black stone, and gradually the black stone started to shrink. 2 hours later, it became the size of a fist. Yaya, who was waiting for praise, suddenly felt his body tighten and was grabbed by Tang Tian. Tang Tian shouted with all his might from behind. This fellow. Everyone was startled, but all of their faces were filled with joy. Tang Tian had let Little Fool try, but the Honorable Marshal Cauldron was unable to burn the strange black gold. Ling Su's face was filled with excitement. His spear pointed straight at the sea of rocks in front of him. He had long forgotten about the danger he was in. To the null domain, the increase in spirit value meant that the amount of energy it could hold would also increase. They had sparred with Tang Tian many times and were extremely clear of Tang Tian's strength, but that fist gave them a completely different feeling. The one with the most complicated expression was Little Fool. In his eyes, the blood on Tang Tian's body was filled with astonishing power and was boiling like lava. Inside the Gemini furnace, The sea of energy was completely suppressed by the sea of blood. The vast sea of blood released a terrifying power, and the sea of energy was suppressed to a corner. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events. This sea of rocks was filled with all kinds of unpredictable dangers. The continuous changes had already reminded them. Even though they were saints in the vast world, they still had to be extremely careful. Tang Tian was shocked. "I won't evolve into a worm, right?" Little Fool lied with his eyes wide open, his face full of confidence. "Definitely not." Tang Tian had a handful of black gold grains in his hand. Every grain was the size of a rice grain. The black worm corpse that was slightly longer than a finger, after going through the devil flame, would only leave behind such a small black gold grain. Tang Tian was a little stunned. Before he could react, the black gold grains in his palm melted like ice and seeped into his skin. The black gold liquid quickly seeped into his blood vessels and mixed with his blood. Following his blood vessels, it entered the blood furnace. This is... Tang Tian stared blankly at his own palm. He could clearly feel the surging power contained in his body. This was pure physical strength. His flesh and blood had now become tougher than steel, and it seemed as if they could converge into a torrent at any time. "Go, go, go!" Tang Tian muttered to himself in disbelief. Crane and the rest knew that it was not an illusion, but something had happened to Tang Tian's body. Places with rich energy were easy to breed soul origins, but these soul origins were extremely thin, just strands of them. They had never felt such a rich and pure soul essence. Soon, with the four of them working together, they spent an entire hour peeling off the rock bit by bit, revealing the inner core. Boom! Tang Tian had a weird expression. The blood furnace seems to be absorbing it. Just at that moment, Tang Tian suddenly felt the blood furnace heat up. Following that, boiling hot blood spewed out from the blood furnace and entered his blood vessels, flowing along his body. Wherever it passed, Tang Tian would feel a numb and itchy feeling, as though new skin was growing. "Let's give it a try," Jing Hao said cautiously, but the next scene made Tang Tian's words stop at the tip of his tongue. "Ours. They are all ours. Whoever dares to snatch from us, we will stab him to death. As expected, you have evolved." Crane floated over and asked curiously, "I wonder if you will grow wings or a tail when the time comes." A man cannot be corrupted by riches and cannot be subdued by force. But in front of so many people, it was too embarrassing. Tang Tian used strength to pinch it and said, It is still elastic, but it seems to be harder than before." Could there be something inside? The few of them looked at each other. Without saying a word, they started to take action. Everyone was dumbstruck. Everyone was stunned. Before everyone took action, he immediately shouted, "Leave some seeds for the Blood Meridian's laboratory." My body seems to have become stronger. Rocks the size of 5 to 6 stories suddenly shattered into pieces. A deep light aura pierced through the rain of rocks. It was actually Yaya. Just at that moment, Yaya came over, its face drooling. Little Fool glanced at it and passed it over. "You want it?" Tang Tian's portion naturally fell into Little Fool's mouth. After eating his fill, Little Fool was satisfied. His spirit value increased by 10 points. But his gaze landed on the black stone ball. The insect eggs on the black stone ball had already been destroyed by everyone. Spirit origin. A small explosion sounded out in his heart. This made everyone beam with joy. If there were no saint bones or other supplements, wanting to raise spirit value was extremely difficult. Even in a place with dense energy, the spirit origin's growth speed was extremely slow. Little Fool did not like the intense and thick smell of blood at all. Tang Tian's fist just now did not use the devil flame. It was purely physical strength. Before he finished speaking, Tang Tian suddenly threw out Yaya and shouted, "Flesh bullet attack!" Tang Tian suddenly shouted and punched the rock. Flesh bullet attack. Just at that moment, the blood furnace in Tang Tian's body suddenly jumped intensely, indistinctly. It was filled with an indescribable desire. Yaya's body started to emit a layer of metallic luster, as expected of a treasure land. Crane licked his lips. Heaven has given us such a good opportunity. If we do not take it, then we will be struck by lightning. Seems like this sea of rocks is a good place. There are treasures everywhere. It can increase spirit value. It can also let the body evolve. This is a treasure land. Even the reserved and calm Jing Hao could not remain calm at that moment. But following that, an extremely ferocious qi suddenly burst out from Tang Tian's body. This burst of qi was extremely sudden and disappeared extremely quickly as well. In a breath of time, the red Tang Tian recovered back to normal, and the terrifying qi disappeared without a trace, as though the scene just now was just an illusion. The three of them roared in unison and rushed into the sea of rocks. Upon making a move, they sensed that something was amiss. The ordinary-looking rock was far more sturdy than they had imagined. Tang Tian's fist smashed down, only leaving a shallow pit. This caused everyone to be roused. It seemed like there was something good inside. He felt his blood, flesh and bones, continuously releasing small explosive sounds, incessantly ringing in his ears. A small warm flow continuously exploded from every part of his body. In that moment, Tang Tian's entire body was like a cooked prawn. Ka! Hey, wait for me. Such a weird technique. The enemy would definitely not be able to predict it. The pure energy undulation was the undulation of the spirit origin. A crisp sound came out. Everyone changed again, only to see that the small mountain-sized rock was instantly covered with spider web-like cracks. Suddenly, countless of fine rocks shot out in all directions like rain. Crane and Ling Su's eyes lit up with a faint green light aura at the same time. The light aura on Yaya's body gradually dimmed, but the metallic luster on its body became even deeper. Yaya cheered. Suddenly his legs kicked. Like a cannonball, he struck a piece of rock. Tang Tian then heaved a sigh of relief. It was a black ball the size of a bamboo basket. Its surface was covered with densely packed light spots. The light spots were flickering. Looking carefully, everyone could see clearly these light spots were the eggs of the black worms. They were releasing an indescribable undulation. Pa, pa, pa. Are you all right? Crane looked at Tang Tian worriedly. Tang Tian did not say a word and came to the front of a rock the size of a small mountain. It was the biggest rock they could see, and in front of the rock, Tang Tian's body was extremely small. His heart moved. He suddenly took out the honorable martial cauldron. Using the forceful, subjugating bead, he started to refine the bamboo basket-sized black rock. Little Fool then floated over slowly. The blood furnace's mission is to help your body evolve. I think that the black gold just now will be able to help you evolve. No, my spirit value is not enough. I am unable to refine it, but it is definitely something good. Little Fool shook his head. Little Fool looked at Yaya with sympathy. This fool, to actually run to the fool to show off. Doesn't it know that the fool is the most narrow-minded and the easiest to get jealous? So pitiful. The group of people came to the front of the rock that the black worms were entrenched on. The rock was roughly the size of a small boat. It was like a big beehive, densely packed and filled with holes. Suddenly Yaya came out. Seeing the rock, he sniffed, pointed at the rock, and excitedly gestured. The rock was once again pierced through. At the moment when Tang Tian released his fist, Jing Hao, Crane, and Ling Su's eyes shrunk at the same time. Other than the part that Bing took away, the four of them divided the rest of the eggs, and everyone's spirit value had an obvious increase. Yaya's change immediately made Tang Tian have an idea. All the insect eggs were filled with the purest spirit origin. To everyone, it was a great supplement, and everyone's spirit value had an obvious increase. Even Bing was attracted by the dense spirit origin undulations and floated out. Yeah. Tang Tian jumped in fright and subconsciously wanted to stop. Yaya jumped around the rock and very quickly returned to Tang Tian. raising his small face, his face full of pride. There was no injury on its body. The fierce collision just now actually did not leave any marks on its body. Bang! In his mind, he imagined himself with a pair of wings and a long tail behind his butt, and immediately felt a chill down his spine. If it was like that, Chia would definitely not like it. But the others completely ignored Tang Tian's ashen face. It can also help you strengthen your spirit treasures, Little Fool added. Little Fool could not believe his eyes. He was unable to use the honorable Marshall Cauldron to refine the black rock. And Yaya refined it just like that? Little Fool wanted to say that it was possible, but seeing the fool's face, if he said that, he would definitely be beaten up. When a blood saint evolves to a certain realm, his body would undergo changes, growing wings, and the like was very common. Yaya nodded his head and snatched the black rock, opened his mouth wide, and in front of everyone's dumbstruck eyes, he swallowed the fist-sized black rock into his stomach. Chapter 556. Although it did not have much use for them, but with the principle of not wasting, all the insects along the way were refined into black gold. Tang Tian laughed out loud and fiercely rushed into the sea of light. The four of them shot out like arrows straight into the vast blue sea of light. Tang Tian nodded his head. Ling Su is right. Since we have never seen it before, we have to rush through. Thinking too much is useless. Crane was surprised. What thing can stop this crazy young man? Yes. Tang Tian exposed a smile as bright as the sun. Relax, we will definitely rush through. This godlike young man, nothing can stop us. The huge project also caused Little Fool's Honorable Marshal Flame to improve rapidly. In a short span of 20 days, the spirit value of the Honorable Marshal Flame had already risen to 120 points, and the Honorable Marshal Flame had also grown from a small flame to the size of a fist. The pitiful Little Fool had tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked at the small flame's Honorable Marshal Flame. Tang Tian shook his head. His tone was firm. Everyone is accompanying me. Of course I will be at the front, and I will also need to use sextant's eye to find the way. Ling Su's spear shaft coiled and shouted, "Little Fool!" Until then, they suddenly realized that there was a faint light aura in front of them. A month's time passed. Everyone moved forward and plundered at the same time. The black gold had outstanding compatibility and could be mixed with various metals. Jing Hao's drunk on saint blood, Crane's demonic feather, and Ling Su's silver spear were all strengthened once. Jing Hao and Crane looked at each other and laughed bitterly, the two naive fellows. No one knew what the nature of this strange energy structure was. And in such a vast and dense sea of energy, what would be inside? Just thinking about it caused people to be in awe. Pa, 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 the concentrated explosions sounded out, and the swarm of insects immediately froze. Ling Su's energy permeated into the black insect's body, although the surface of the black insect was not injured, but the internal organs in its body were completely turned into mud. Godlike young man, go, go, go! Tang Tian took out a long rope. It was a silver long whip. It was extremely sturdy. Tang Tian tried but was unable to break it. Tang Tian was worried that everyone would get lost inside. They still had to walk the path of the zero energy body in the future, and these spirit technique cards did not have much value to them. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that something was wrong. They had been advancing in the dark void. There was no light in this void. Although Tang Tian and the others could see it as bright as day, it was still pitch black. Crane, you talk so much nonsense. Can you still be a godlike young lad? There were a lot of black worms, and the amount of black gold he obtained was also not small. However, the blood furnace in Tang Tian's body was not interested in the black gold. No matter how hard Tang Tian tried, the blood furnace did not absorb the black gold. Tang Tian guessed that his body had absorbed enough black gold and was unable to absorb any more. It's a type of energy. Jing Hao's usually calm face was now filled with shock. So much energy, wrong. Ling Su said proudly, there's still something that can block it. If not for Sexton's eye, they would have long been lost in the sea of rocks. But even so, the endless feelings still affected everyone's morale. Luckily, the four of them were people with firm willpower and were not easily discouraged. After a moment, the empty eye sockets of the golden skull suddenly lit up with two white light auras. A small regiment of black gold flew out and landed in Little Fool's palm. What made Tang Tian even more dumbstruck was that Uncle Bing took out the Sky Tiger and allowed Little Fool to strengthen it. Tang Tian could still remember Little Fool's exquisite face in front of the gigantic Sky Tiger. It was completely lifeless, its expression twitching and its color turning green. They slowed down and flew forward slowly. As they continued to move forward, the area in front of them became brighter and brighter. "Be careful," Jing Hao said solemnly. "If you encounter danger, pull the rope." "What are you curious about? We are rushing in anyway." Ling Su was eager to try. Following the progress of the Big Dipper plan, and with the success of Ling Su, Crane, and Jing Hao, the first batch of experimenters, the future of Ursa Major constellation would have even more people walking on this path. Yes, it is very stable. Jing Hao is also carefully feeling the strange energy, but it is also being rejected by our bodies. This is truly a miracle, such a vast ocean of energy. What exactly is inside? It truly makes me curious. Who? All of the black worms were like a black cloud flying towards Little Fool. Little Fool had no choice but to strengthen them bit by bit. The Sky Tiger took a total of 20 days of time, for exceeding the total time spent on strengthening Jing Hao and the rest. "I will walk at the front," Jing Hao said. The Honorable Martial Cauldron was an Honorable Martial Alliance weapon refining treasure, and was truly unique. The graceful cold flame from before was no longer suitable for Little Fool. To complement the Honorable Martial Cauldron, Little Fool had specially exchanged for a Honorable Martial Flame Spirit Technique card. Little Fool's Honorable Martial Flame was still lacking compared to Tang Tian's Devil Flame. To melt the black gold and then merge it into a spirit treasure to Little Fool was not an easy task. Especially to strengthen the Sky Tiger, no one had ever refined a mechanical spirit weapon as a spirit treasure, and Little Fool's attainments in the Honorable Martial Flame was still shallow. The strand of Honorable Martial Flame, in front of the gigantic Sky Tiger, was so small that even Jing Hao felt pity for it. When they passed the last stone, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Blue light. The entire field of vision was filled with blue light. It had to be said, there was nothing that could improve faster than actual battles. In the short span of a month, although the enemy was just a group of worms, but everyone's strength had a huge improvement. Uncle Bing was overjoyed and could not bear to let go. The blue light was like a gigantic light wall. Extending to the end of their vision, it was like a blue ocean as vast as a sea of rocks. "Let's go!" Tang Tian shouted, and the group flew towards the blue light. Honorable Martial Flame was an exclusive spirit technique card of the Honorable Martial Alliance, but compared to Glimmer, it was much weaker. As long as one was willing to pay a high price, it could still be bought in the market. And this card was contributed by M.O. Lei, although they had escaped the trial of light, but they were already unable to train in light attribute spirit techniques. The four of them used their whips to form a string. Tang Tian waved his arms. Facing the blue sea of light, he exhaled and shouted, "Hey, godlike young lad, let's start!" The Honorable Martial Flame was not tyrannical at all. On the contrary, it was calm and tranquil, but its effect was much more outstanding than the graceful cold flame. And because they were from the same origin, the Honorable Martial Flame's power increased exponentially inside the Honorable Martial Cauldron. Inside the sea of rocks, the four of them who were in high spirits swept through. Their spoils of war were bountiful. "Chia." Ling Su laughed happily. "Little Crane, you're truly not as smart as me." Little Fool took out the Honorable Martial Cauldron unhurriedly. The golden skull spewed out a white flame, sweeping all the worm corpses into the golden skull. Without waiting for him to object, Tang Tian waved his hand and agreed. Jing Hao. Actually, we can think of a more profound slogan. That's right, Crane scoffed. What can stop this crazy young lad? Absolutely nothing can stop him. But after that, they did not encounter any black rocks or worm eggs, causing everyone to be disappointed. The increase in quality was very obvious. All the spirit treasures became incomparably sturdy. After a long while, everyone regained their senses. All of their faces were filled with cautiousness. The sea of rocks seemed to have no end. Tang Tian and the rest were also plundering the black worms. But their speed did not slow down at all. But after advancing for an entire month, the scenery did not change at all. Crane was speechless. Ling Su casually thrusted his spear out, the spear tips suddenly blossoming into countless of silver auras, enveloping the swarm of worms. Ling Su gently swung his spear body, only to see the rain of silver auras suddenly slanting in the air, like many fine silver whips. The silver whips struck the back of the black worms. Pa! The black worms froze. The rain of black shadows pounced towards them like angry arrows. Little Fool and Bing were also shocked, speechless by the scene. This energy is very strange. I have never seen it before. It is not very berserk, but on the contrary, it is very stable. In Crane's hand floated a blue aura, which he had plucked from the edge of the sea of blue light. Ling Su stared blankly at the endless blue light in front of him. This thing. How can we fight? Crane waved his hand, trying to find happiness in the midst of bitterness. Actually, I have always been pulled down. This caused the four of them to look at each other, all revealing a look of caution. What is this thing? Tang Tian muttered. Tang Tian could only watch as Little Fool helped Jing Hao. Crane and Ling Su strengthened their spirit treasures. This blue light aura was clearly separated from the sea of rocks, but as far as the eye could see, it was similarly boundless. Jing Hao laughed bitterly. You jinx! Ling Su, kill, kill, kill! Jing Hao could not help but smile, the anxiousness in his heart dissipated by half. Being together with this group of brainless fellows was quite good at times. Fighting is boring. Not fighting is even more boring. Ling Su said angrily, casually shooting a stone into pieces. Now is the best time for a powerful fellow to come out. Let me have a good fight. After being mixed with the black gold, Sky Tiger's toughness became extremely astonishing. Without using spirit techniques, Tang Tian was unable to even leave a mark on Sky Tiger. So boring. Ling Su was slightly irritated. Every day there are worms, worms, worms. I feel like vomiting every time I see worms. Flying closer to the blue light, Tang Tian and the rest felt that they were extremely insignificant. The azure blue Sky Tiger was forcefully dyed with a layer of black, becoming a deep blue, although it was not as bright as before, but it had a bit more power. Although everyone did not have much hesitation, but even Tang Tian was extremely careful. Little Fool and Bing were both hidden in his body. The blue light was a type of energy, and his body was able to repel the energy, so it was not dangerous, but Little Fool and Uncle Bing were much more dangerous. There truly is a sea of energy in this world. Crane muttered. Such a vast amount of energy by itself was filled with deterrence, and even the strongest saints in front of it would be overshadowed. Everyone, connect your bodies. The black gold already had no effect on them, but along the way, they would still reap it out of habit. That's true. No matter what, we have to rush through. Jing Hao said, the goal of this trip was the sacred Saint Galaxy. They had no way out, even if the blue light was filled with danger. They had to rush through. Crane said lazily, but every time you are still the first to make a move. Look, we are too lazy to make a move. Little Fool closed his eyes and continued to form hand seals. Chapter 5:57. It is formed from energy, crystallization. Crane carefully sized it up. He realized that the blue coral body was continuously growing, but the growth was extremely slow. Advancing forward became extremely difficult. It was as though they were walking in water. And in the end, everyone decided to use swimming movements. The brittle ice-blue tree branch actually did not break. Tang Tian extended out his palm, gently bent, and broke off a section of the blue coral. Seeing that, everyone else also took action. As far as the eyes could see, there were many big and small sky ice trees, densely packed with no end in sight. Little Fool's spirit devouring flame quietly imprinted itself on the back of a blue dwarf. The blue dwarf's body froze. The spirit devouring flame was like a water droplet that seeped into its body. In the blink of an eye, it flew out from its chest, and the blue dwarf's body floated in its original position, dead. The ice-blue tree branch that he was mocking just now had an extremely strange power. Following his spear body, it directly entered his meridians. An unknown cold intent permeated into his body, causing a slight numbness to spread throughout his body. Crane carried Ling Su on his back. His body turned like a wisp of smoke. He dodged the whistling ice-blue tree branch. With a flick of his wrist, the gold crane sword suddenly spat out a white sword aura, entering the blue dwarf's body. Drunk on saint blood in Jing Hao's hand, welcomed the incoming ice-blue tree branch and lightly slapped it. The blue dwarf who threw the ice-blue tree branch revealed a look of ecstasy, but following that, its happy look froze on its face. Upon receiving Tang Tian's reminder, Ling Su's first reaction, without thinking, the silver spear in his hand suddenly thrust it out, the concentrated silver rain, sprinkling out, protecting everyone inside. Ling Su lost consciousness, his face revealing a layer of strange blue, his hair and eyebrows covered with a layer of frost. Tang Tian roared. The bright red devil flame extended out from his palm. Ling Su's injuries made him extremely angry. Tang Tian, who had successfully attacked, arched his back, without even looking. With his body as the axis, he swung his fist behind him. The fist struck the head of a blue dwarf that was pouncing over, causing the blue dwarf to fall. The powerful force caused the blue dwarf's body to change shape, bending into a bow. His ferocious face was now filled with fear. Tang Tian was also a little uncertain after hearing what the two of them said. The Holy Maiden staff held an extremely high position in Virgo constellation. It was the staff wielded by the first generation Holy Maiden Li Zhen, and was one of the most famous and top-grade gold spirit treasures of Virgo constellation. Upon entering this blue light, it was not as dazzling as it appeared from the outside. It was clear and azure, like the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, from the corner of Tang Tian's eyes, something seemed to have flashed past the forest. He was shocked and immediately shouted, "Be careful!" Little Fool floated out and saw these little people with strange blue skin. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Blue dwarves!" It was as if the blue dwarf had been hit by a wild beast. He did not even have the time to scream before he was sent flying. There were not many problems with this battle, but why were there blue dwarves here? The other party let out a muffled groan and no longer breathed. They spoke in a language that Tang Tian couldn't understand. They kept screaming and waving their arms, looking murderous. At their waists there were blue branches of ice blue, which were obviously their weapons. Before he finished speaking, countless of blue arrows suddenly shot out from the Empyrean ice forest in front of them. He had specially spent a lot of effort to sweep through all of Senior Gui Wu's treasured books, but he did not expect it to be of use at such a time. Ding, ding, ding. Crane's description was much more accurate. It is truly unique. The purity of the energy crystal is much faster than star rocks, but the structure of the energy is too stable and we can't use it well. Crane and Jing, how were startled, but immediately revealed ecstasy. The two of them had heard of the Empyrean ice tree. Crane, who was at the back, heard Little Fool's exclamation, and his pupils constricted. He did not retreat, but advanced instead, his orange pupils blazing. He bellowed, becoming one with his spear, like an explosion of silver rain. Bringing forth an imposing manner, he clashed with the incoming Empyrean ice tree branches. Countless ice shards flew. Ling Su groaned, and flew back at an even faster speed. the whip on his waist releasing a force that caused everyone's body to sway. What a strange energy crystal! Tang Tian carefully sensed it and was surprised. Everyone's eyes immediately turned red. Crane was slow by half a beat. He forcefully stopped himself, grabbed Ling Su, and tied Ling Su to his back. It shouldn't be the Empyrean ice tree. Jing Hao said. The blue arrows were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of everyone. Tang Tian and the rest were extremely careful. The blue light around them was isolated. The four of them had zero energy bodies. Tang Tian's zero energy body was the most outstanding. The blue light was blocked 5 m away from his body, and the other three's repulsive effect was much weaker than Tang Tian's. Everyone's mind was roused. The resistance in the sea of blue light was huge, and it consumed a lot of energy. And in such a foreign environment, they had to maintain a high level of mental tension, and unknowingly their energy was drained. Tang Tian bellowed and fiercely pulled the silver whip on his waist. Tang Tian's strength was much stronger than usual, and the sturdy silver whip was broken by him. Bang! After advancing for a few li, Tang Tian saw the scene in front of him and gave up on scavenging. Countless of blue dwarves, like a tide, were screaming and rushing towards them. Who knew they would actually meet the legendary blue dwarves here? If the energy structure is stable, it can be used to refine spirit treasures. Jing Hao added from the side. He and Crane were extremely knowledgeable. Tang Tian could clearly see that the triangular face was filled with killing intent and madness. Ling Su. He pounced towards the nearest blue dwarf. But the blue dwarf was not afraid. It screamed out. Grabbing onto an ice blue tree branch, it pounced towards Tang Tian like lightning. Tang Tian was suddenly overjoyed. I know what this is. Empyrean ice tree. That is the Empyrean ice tree. Senior Guewu had mentioned it before. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. The four of them immediately swam over, only to see a blue coral. Its body was irregular like a tree branch, sparkling and translucent. Tang Tian and the rest surrounded the ice blue coral. Clicking their tongues in wonder, the blue coral was about the height of 3 people. Before it could recover from the shock, the person holding the sword pierced it from afar. There was no light, no sound, nothing. Its chest suddenly felt a sharp pain, and its vision turned black. After advancing for a few li, the scenery gradually changed. Tang Tian's eyes were sharp and noticed something in front of them. What is that? But he did not retreat half a step. The situation did not allow him to retreat. If he were to retreat, then everyone would be exposed to the rain of blue arrows, and they would completely fall into a passive state. How is that possible? Tang Tian stared angrily at Ling Su. You want to fight? Idiot. Tang Tian, who was in a completely berserk state, did not care about the blue dwarves. Even if it was the legendary god in front of him, he would still smash it with his fist. Only then did he see what had attacked them. It was a group of little blue people about a meter tall. Their skin was a strange blue color, and their faces were inverted triangles. Their long and narrow eyes were blood red, and their faces were ferocious. But they changed their direction and flew towards another direction. Jing Hao's eyes were filled with frost. He used his sword to cut the whip tied to his waist and rushed out. To grow so tall, they must have grown for at least a few tens of thousands of years. It was the first time Jing Hao had seen such a thing. Do you want me to cut one down to see what it is? Tang Tian's body flashed, moving like a ghost. He appeared beside the blue dwarf, his fist enveloped in devil flame, firmly striking the blue dwarf's waist. And there's so many Empyrean ice trees. What about the sky? Crane joked. Ha 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 ha. Crazy Tang. Quickly look at your Empyrean ice trees. Ling Su was overjoyed. To rub salt into Tang Tian's wound was obviously a meaningful thing to do. Ling Su groaned, his body trembling. Jing Hao's suggestion was approved by everyone. Blue dwarves were terrifying creatures. Although they looked like miniature humans, they did not have any intelligence and were cold and bloodthirsty, completely unafraid of death. What was even more terrifying was the blue dwarves' strong reproduction ability. They were able to reproduce many generations in a short period of time. Because of that, their race was extremely large, and the scene of them surging towards the enemy like a tide would cause anyone's scalp to go numb. That was the terrifying blue sea. Go and die. The dense blue energy surged around the four of them. They were like pebbles thrown into the calm water, causing ripples. Chi, chi, chi. All right, I must be wrong. Empyrean ice trees. Jing Hao was unsure. Could it be something similar? I also feel that the Empyrean ice trees should not be so big. Tang Tian's expression was embarrassed. He also felt that he was wrong. How could there be so many Empyrean ice trees? They were extremely rare treasures. But with the principle of not wasting, he still kept them along the way. Ice fragments flew everywhere. Only then did Tang Tian see clearly the flying blue arrows were actually Empyrean ice tree branches. Luckily, such terrifying creatures were extremely rare and only appeared in legends. Many saints even suspected if such creatures truly existed in the world. Crane heaved a sigh of relief. The blue dwarf strength was average. It was the Empyrean ice tree branches that were weird. Without needing his reminder, Tang Tian and Jing Hao could also see it. The two of them completely avoided the tree branches. Suddenly, Crane sensed something. He raised his head and looked deep into the forest, his face changing. The legends say that Virgo constellation's gold spirit treasure, Saint Maiden Staff, was made from the Empyrean ice tree. Drawing in the power of the stars, and after thousands of years, it was refined and nurtured. Could this be the Empyrean ice tree? Crane looked at the Empyrean ice tree that was as tall as 3 people and said absent-mindedly, "This tree is too big." Ling Su shook his head and swam to Tang Tian and said, "Crazy Tang said he wanted an Empyrean ice tree, so God gave him an entire Empyrean ice forest." Haha. Empyrean ice tree. Tang Tian thought about it and kept the Empyrean ice tree. Little fool. Ding. Who cares what it is? Let's keep it first. Ling Su said impatiently. Inside the forest, countless of blue arrows flew out, but Tang Tian did not block them and dodged like a ghost, weaving through the blue arrows, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the edge of the forest. They continued forward, and very quickly, they discovered another Empyrean ice tree, and not long later, they met another. Chapter 558. Tang Tian did not care about Little Fool's strong opposition, and gave a large number of Gui Wu's ancient records to the Blood Meridian's laboratory. Gui Wu's ancient records had greatly increased the strength of the Blood Meridian's laboratory, and the current strength of the Blood Meridian's laboratory far exceeded the expectations of outsiders. But Old Man Fei and the rest did not have any outstanding achievements, and Tang Tian still treated them like that. While they were moved, they also held back a burst of energy. The lightning speed, the berserk power, caused every attack of Tang Tian's to be filled with the beauty of power without any fanciness. It was concise, straightforward, and neat, like a wild beast wreaking havoc. It was a pity that the energy concentration here was too astonishing and was not suitable for spirit techniques. If not, combined with Blink, he would be a human harvester. The sky, full of blue arrows, was like a black cloud flying towards the 4 of them. Other than the eggs, he still had a large amount of black gold. A portion was given to Sai Lei, and the other was given to Old Man Fei. Tang Tian had absorbed the black gold, which meant that the black gold could also be used to strengthen his body. The blue energy that was as congealed as water revolved and surged. A whistling sound came out from above. Tang Tian did not even raise his head. He lowered his body and plunged into the group of people below. Without any fanciness, the strong power immediately flipped over a few blue dwarves along the way. In the sea of blue light, his pure physical strength was the most powerful. Tang Tian's speed was extremely fast. The resistance of the sea of blue light did not seem to affect his body at all. He only felt a burning flame in his chest. His entire body had an endless amount of energy. The three of them followed closely behind Yaya's umbrella. They wanted to take the chance to rush into the group of blue dwarves. Only then would they have a chance. The ice blue tree branches were extremely strange and were extremely threatening to them. This cannot go on. Everyone's footsteps had already slowed down, and the frequency of their attacks had also decreased. Compared to Jinghao's simple and unsophisticated style, Crane was extremely free and unrestrained, like a black crane dancing lightly. Even with Ling Su on his back, when he moved, there was not a bit of smoke or fire chi. The huge sea of blue light was like an angry beast, countless of whirlpools, twisting ripples, surged endlessly in the sea of blue light. The next scene made Tang Tian dumbfounded. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a blue dwarf with a slightly different appearance. That blue dwarf's blue skin was darker than the average blue dwarf's, and it had a metallic texture to it. Tang Tian's spirit was roused, and he rushed towards the blue dwarf. Just at this moment, the blue dwarf suddenly let out a scream of terror. The entire crazy battlefield, after this scream of terror, became momentarily silent. Those blue dwarves that were about to pounce towards the four of them in a frenzy stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with fear. Ka ka ka! The branches rained down on Yaya's umbrella, causing countless ice shards to fly everywhere. Yaya's umbrella exploded, and a powerful shockwave swept out, causing the icy blue branches to shatter into ice shards. Everyone's expression changed. Tang Tian was dumbfounded. Hey, we were just fighting for our lives. The terrifying scream caused everyone's scalp to go numb. Tang Tian's eyes widened in anger. Little fool! No one noticed that in the tranquil sea of blue light, a terrifying storm was brewing. The four of them were overwhelmed with shock, the endless ice blue forest, as though it was being ruthlessly crushed by an invisible hand. Their vision was filled with shattered ice shards. He had a premonition that these eggs were priceless. Before Tang Tian could react, the rest of them had disappeared without a trace. Woo! Tang Tian felt that everywhere around him were the fierce, triangular faces of the blue dwarves, as though the blue dwarves could never be completely killed. The crazy battle had already lasted for half an hour, and even Tang Tian himself could not remember how many blue dwarves he had killed. His entire body was covered in the strange blue blood of the blue dwarves. His physical strength was rapidly depleting, and both of his arms were sore. 3 Spirit City, Blood Meridian's laboratory. His gaze swept across the entire battlefield. To capture the bandits, first capture the ringleader. The unpleasant screams were filled with endless ruthlessness and anger, as they continuously surged from all directions. This blue dwarf was like a ball that was sent flying, fiercely crashing into his comrade behind him. This comrade could not dodge in time and spat out a mouthful of blue blood, and at the same time flew out horizontally, crashing into a large group of people. This is the first time I've seen such a mystical thing. Old Man Fei's face was filled with surprise. The spirit origin contained within it is richer than any other species, and its spirit origin contains the law of life and has extremely good healing properties, and can be used to heal injuries to spirit domains. Old Man Fei continued excitedly. This black gold is also very special. It is extremely beneficial to the evolution of blood meridians, but we are still researching on it. Looking at it, the blue dwarves were like an endless ocean, with no end in sight. All of the repulsive triangular faces made Tang Tian feel nauseous. The blue dwarves were like a receding tide, leaving behind a floor of corpses, screaming as they ran. They were like a small wooden boat struggling in the raging waves of the sea, unable to control themselves. In a moment, they were scattered and scattered. The blue dwarves all raised their Empyrean ice tree branches and rushed towards Tang Tian and the rest. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them left behind a floor of corpses, but the blue dwarves did not have any fear of retreating. Little Fool's reaction was the fastest. He suddenly transformed into a ray of light and entered Tang Tian's energy furnace. The stable blue energy was currently extremely dangerous and berserk. So when they received the worm eggs and black gold, the entire Blood Meridian's laboratory seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Tang Tian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "It's you." Tang Tian's face changed. A strong sense of danger enveloped his mind, causing all the hairs on his body to stand. He only had time to let out a cry of surprise and saw the sea of blue light in front of him. Like a monster that had awoken from its slumber, it became extremely violent. Not good. Little Fool did not care about Yaya's umbrella. His exquisite face was cold. Without saying a word, he rushed forward and took out the ocean prison sword that was stained with void, dark flames. Bang! Little Fool's mouth twitched, being bossed around by the Fool. He was extremely impatient, but he could not do anything. He snorted. The tip of Yaya's umbrella pointed forward. He fiercely rubbed the umbrella handle, causing Yaya's umbrella to explode with light aura. Like a gigantic light shield, he spun and rushed forward. Bang! Tang Tian knew that Yaya's umbrella would definitely not be able to hold on, and shouted, "Rush over!" Tang Cho, Sai Lei, and Bell were personally holding the fort, with over 16 saints and the mechanical army stationed at the same time. Sounds of bodies colliding came out, and 7 to 8 figures exploded out. "I'll be busy first," Old Man Fei said, and then left in a hurry. He was in high spirits and felt that it would be a waste of time to speak, so he left impatiently. Bing had finally waited for the reinforcements to arrive, and the reinforcements this time were extremely sufficient. 3 Spirit City would become the hub connecting Tang Tian and Ursa Major constellation, and its strategic position was self-evident. Although in terms of attainments in the sword, he could not compare to Jing Hao, but his killing intent was heavy and was more captivating than Jing Hao's. The ghostly figure, the cold and indifferent expression, the ocean prison sword was like a black mist lingering around, cold to the bone. Bing was not angry at all, but was filled with anticipation and longing. Bing was finally relieved and prepared to go back, but at that moment his face suddenly changed. Tang Tian was in trouble. Jing Hao seemed to be taking a stroll. Every sword was clear and distinct, but no one was able to dodge, as though the opponent was stupidly sending himself to his sword. The 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. They were at the end of their rope, and all of them were exhausted. Other than Tang Tian, the rest were used to using spirit techniques, and purely using physical strength was not their forte. Tang Tian's body was much stronger than theirs, and after absorbing the black gold, he was greatly strengthened. But even so, he felt that he could not continue. The other 3's situation was even worse. Bing's body trembled. Can it heal spirit general injuries? Little Fool lightly shook the sword body, and the spirit devouring flame quietly flew into the ocean prison sword. And at the edge of the void dark flames, there was an additional layer of faint light aura. No. Bing's poker face could not contain his ecstasy. If Old Man Fei's conclusion was proven, then it meant that Screw could be healed. The tide of blue dwarves saw Tang Tian and the rest, and cried out weirdly, and threw out the tree branches in their hands. The ice-blue tree branches were as straight as spears. The blue dwarves turned and ran with all their might. Even when they passed by him, it was as though they did not see him. The long and ferocious ocean prison sword was held in a tender little hand. Flowing with black flames, the delicate and adorable figure was indescribably weird. Tang Tian was no longer a newbie on the battlefield. After battle, he had long grown unknowingly. He needed to find the leader of the group of blue dwarves. Only then could he end the endless battle. 3 Spirit City also had plans to expand once again. For safety considerations, the first thing he did was to increase the strength of 3 Spirit City's garrison. Before the reinforcements arrived, he was stationed here, and even Yaya was kidnapped by him. Yes, in theory. Old Man Fei nodded his head. But we need to experiment before we can get an accurate conclusion. He glanced at the rest. Everyone's situation was not good. The energy here was too dense, and it was a unique and stable energy, causing their spirit techniques to be unable to be used. Not far from Tang Tian, Little Fool was waving the ocean prison sword in his hand. Every time he waved, it would take away a few lives. Although the spirit-devouring flame's killing power was strong, but the efficiency of killing was far from the ocean prison sword. A powerful force suddenly came from behind them. Everyone felt the world spinning around them. In front of such a vast force, they were unable to stabilize their bodies. How is it? Bing could not help but ask Old Man Fei. He had specially sent the eggs to 3 spirits, cities, Blood Meridian's laboratory. He had never seen such a mystical object before, and was curious if the eggs could be nurtured. And Tang Tian and the rest took the opportunity to kill their way into the group of blue dwarves. A huge wave formed behind Tang Tian, fiercely smashing into his back, causing Tang Tian to spit out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Bang! Tang Tian's figure shifted in front of the other party's startled and frightened gaze. Bringing along an afterimage, his fist quietly landed on the other party's chest, a strong force surging out.